So we're there, right?
Do a quick test of it to make sure it works. And then you go to screen share, or you go to your screen share.
You want to start? Should I test this?
On that one. Are you going to test the sound?
Yeah. Just to make sure.
Cool. I think it's going to work. Good to go. I think we're good to go. Hey? Check that on the other side.
We should be close to that.
You ready? Yep. Hey guys. Yeah. Welcome to Westnet. Oh, welcome to Westnet. The second day. We're having a good time. So, last Westnet, we were talking about different types of network providers, and we talked about Google Fiber a little bit. And I got volunteered to see if we could get someone from Google Fiber to come. And this is John Richards. So, John's been really instrumental in getting Google Fiber off the ground in Provo. He's the head of business office. I've got a little bio here I want to read on him, and I want to take just a few things about what he's actually done to help us out at BYU as well. But first of all, he's an entrepreneur. He's done a lot of things before he went to Google Fiber. Venture investor, executive manager, and educator. His activities include founding, running, selling, and investing in several enterprises. He mentors entrepreneurs frequently. He recently joined Google Fiber as the head of operations for Provo, Utah, working on one of the world's great entrepreneurial ventures. Previously, he spent over a decade teaching entrepreneurship at Brigham Young, so he's been with BYU for a while before he went to Google. With the Rollins Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology. He was managing partner of Utah Angels, a venture investing group. He co-founded Boom Startup, tech accelerator in Utah, and also founded the Utah Student 25. Previously, he was president of a publishing company in Seattle, Washington, and later started a company that led to an initial public offering and a multi-billion-dollar valuation in those days. John is a frequent speaker at conferences and other events, and he and his family reside in Provo, Utah. John was really helpful in helping us get our BYU TV part of Google Fiber, so you can get the BYU TV channels on there and watch your Studio C and football games and things like that on there. Plus, we talked a little bit yesterday about the peering that we now have in place with Google, where we can get very fast sustained transfer rates between homes in Provo now and our campus. We have a 10 gigabit peering connection between our campus and Google, just a few hops, and that's working really, really well. So, John Richards, why don't you show us what you do?
Thank you so much. All right. So I can speak loudly. I starred in every first grade play because I have the loudest voice, so that's how I can do that. I need a little street cred with this group, though, I think. So I like that there's gray hair in the room. That's making me feel comfortable. So first of all, mostly IT people. Is that what we've got here? Okay. So my background in IT, what I did, my background is I actually, after finishing at BYU as an undergraduate, went up to Seattle, my hometown, and joined a Yellow Pages publishing company in the print industry. Now, during my collegiate career, I had learned how to program in Pascal. Anybody remember Pascal? Okay. And then I advanced, so to speak, into the relational database world of PIC. Who's familiar with the PIC operating system? So for the Yellow Pages industry, which deals in massive databases, PIC was perfect. And so I actually became a PIC programmer and wrote a management system for Yellow Pages companies and my own company that then I ultimately became president of. Then what happened in 1994, after many years in the Yellow Pages print industry and helping to develop some innovations like going straight to plate instead of burning negatives when you print, instead of making negatives and burning a plate, go straight to the plate and then ultimately straight to the press, working with R.R. Donnelly, the largest printer in the world. One of the things we did was port everything over to the internet in early 1995, which was super nascent time with the internet. I was the first guy to ever put a Yellow Pages database up on the internet. And in my industry, everybody thought I was nuts and wasting my time for about 2 years. And 2 years after I put the first one up, interestingly enough, I had about 10 major corporations want to buy my internet Yellow Pages company. Ultimately, one of those was Microsoft in my backyard, and a few Microsoft guys left and said, don't do a deal with Microsoft, do it with us, we're starting a new company, and I merged in with them, and that became InfoSpace, and then 2 years later, we went public on the NASDAQ, so I was like number 4, and then we went to 1,500 people. It was a crazy, crazy .com era experience, and that gave me the ability to then move to Utah and join BYU, where I spent 12 years building up the entrepreneurship program, and really had a great time at BYU, and so University IT, I hope I'll get some street cred by telling that story, right? Okay, with that, one of the ways I became involved in Google Fiber was Provo as a city was really instrumental in having vision and building this fiber network in 2003. It was really unique. Now they raised a $40 million bond to do so, and ultimately found out they weren't great at running the operating business on top of the network, but they were really good at building the network, because cities are good at building bridges and roads, and they control zoning and permitting, et cetera, et cetera. When they sold it to one company, unfortunately that company did not complete the purchase process, and the network came back to the ownership of Provo, and Provo's going, well, what are we going to do with this network? And Mayor Curtis, who's the current mayor, he said, wow, okay, what are we going to do? He formed an ad hoc committee of about 20 people. I was invited to be on that committee, and I'm the crazy guy in the room that said, hey, have you thought about giving the internet away for free and really changing the game? And of course they thought I was nuts at first. About 3 meetings into it, I did research and found 13 other cities in the US doing something similar, and then found the Google Fiber project, which had just been announced, and was saying Kansas City was going to be their first place to be. And so I suggested to Mayor Curtis, have you thought about Google Fiber? Maybe they'll buy it from you. And then he didn't tell me what he was doing, but he went and did that, and then announced in great secrecy with a big announcement in April of 2013 that he had indeed sold the network to Google Fiber, which was a pretty big coup for a city like Provo. So it's been fascinating to see what's going on. But before I get into any more of that story and what's happening, I want to back up and tell you the genesis of Google Fiber and why does Google Fiber exist. What in the world is one of the most successful, largest software companies in the history of the business doing, drilling holes in people's houses, digging trenches in yards, and stringing stuff on telephone poles. And what are they doing? Well, it goes back to where Larry Page and other executives from Google were working with Washington, D.C. and talking about some problems, and one of the big problems is broadband. The United States is lagging and way behind big chunks of the world in broadband, and it's actually starting to cause problems with our children. Our children. And so those problems are sometimes best exemplified by the czar of the federal government, who's now returned to her post at Princeton, Susan Crawford, and she actually really, she wrote a book, and she really spells it out well. So I'm going to steal some of my time and let you hear what she has to say about this problem and where broadband's headed, and worldwide and in America. So let's listen to that.
It's no secret that broadband in America is a problem. We're paying a lot more money, but service and speeds are staying about the same. Now, it's getting better, but not fast enough. And there are a lot of people who have ideas on how to make it better. One of those people is Susan Crawford, professor at the Benjamin Cardozo School of Law. She just came back to New York after a stint as President Obama's special advisor on science, technology, and innovation, and she also served on Mayor Bloomberg's Council on Technology Innovation. She's the author of a book on telecom monopolies called Captive Audience, and she has a lot of ideas on how to fix it. I'm here with Susan Crawford, law professor and author of Captive Audience, which is basically a book about how Comcast is taking over the world.
It's an argument to buy Comcast stock.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, you argue very persuasively in the book that they can't be stopped.
They're doing awfully well.
They are doing well. Why is that?
Well, it is a great American success story. I mean, it's fantastic. I mean, these are fantastic managers. They're really good at running this business. They're very calm, very stately. But so was Standard Oil. That was a fantastic business too, and it's great for them. But if you can control a commodity that everybody in the country needs, and you can set the prices for it and decide what quality you deliver it at, and then you can just divide markets and say, all right, you take Minneapolis, I'll take Chicago, and make deals with your brethren, and then just keep grinding out profits, and then not upgrade. That's what really gets me exercised about this, that more than 85% of the country is stuck with cable modem service for high-speed internet access. Very expensive compared to other countries. Yeah. And second rate, it's not fiber. It's not fiber. And so I would love to see, if you're going to have a big provider of high-speed internet access, it needs to be subject to either competition or oversight. These guys have neither. And I want to see the country compete in the 21st century. This is not just about consumers watching video or anxious anxieties about who's filtering out what internet access. This is about the country's ability to keep up with other nations, and I'm really concerned.
Broadband internet access, high-speed internet access, is, you argue, it's effectively a utility, like electricity or water. But we don't regulate it like that. What's the barrier? I think a lot of our readers would tell you that, of course, it's required. You can get it or you cannot.
Right, well, here's what happened. Exactly the same story for electricity. So it used to be controlled by a whole series of private trusts, these giant companies. No oversight, nothing. FDR comes into office, he said, no, everybody in America should have a connection to electricity at a reasonable price. It doesn't happen by magic. It actually takes government policy to make this possible. And so that's why I'm so hopeful about this issue, because your generation, people who love stuff, are going to get this. Yeah.
In this context, for you to say that you're hopeful about the government doing anything, seems extremely foolish. I'm an advocate of net neutrality. I enjoyed the book thoroughly, but I have no hope that our government will accomplish these goals.
Well, there's government. I'm totally focused on mayors these days. I've given up on federal policy for the time being.
But why are you focused on mayors?
Because mayors are sovereigns. Mayors can act. They have control of their rights of way. They can say, we need fiber in our area of electricity. They call it the light bill, because that's all she could imagine electricity being used for. So he says, we need to use our electrical utility to bring fiber to Lafayette. And he's a Republican. It's not a left-right issue. It's essential. And so everybody there has a really fast connection at a really low cost. Chattanooga, Tennessee, the mayor there says the most important thing he's ever done in Chattanooga is make sure that there's fiber access for everybody. $70 a month.
So he says that's important. Why? I mean, I know why.
Yeah.
A lot of maybe versions, but the wider community of people in America don't necessarily know why. There's no immediate benefit to getting faster internet access in the country, other than you're going to get Netflix and faster.
Well, think about the electricity analogy. Okay, if you only think it's good for the light bill, and you can't imagine you could plug other devices in your house and run, let's say, a refrigerator or a dishwasher. Same thing with very high-speed fiber access. We don't even know yet what it's going to be used for. We do know that presence, humans actually being able to talk to each other, requires really low latency, really high-capacity networks. And when you make presence possible using these networks, all kinds of things become possible. Things like healthcare at a distance, education at a distance, not just sort of dialing into some classroom, but actually doing it, advanced manufacturing, all this stuff is possible, new businesses.
Kansas City is interesting, right? Because Time Warner's there, screaming from the rooftops. We've always offered this service. You could always get it.
They never offered a gigabit for $70 a month.
But why is it that they're not seeing these things happening? Right? The big dominant incumbents, you're saying they're not upgrading people, they're grinding away, they're costing the same. Why don't they see that if they partner with local communities, big cities, whatever, that they will get a flood of new customers? What's holding them back?
Profit making, just the way an ordinary business runs this thing. See, they can milk their existing investments forever. They can make more and more money out of the existing infrastructure. Why would you upgrade? Why would you lower prices if you've got complete control of a market? You've got the richest customers, and you charge them more and more and more using programming, using local sports a lot of the time. And you've got them in a vice grip, and then you can set tiers and do more price discrimination. It's a great business for them. They have no incentive to change. Now, in Provo, where Google's showing up, Comcast suddenly, for $70 a month, offers $250 down, $50 up, fast internet access. Nowhere else in the country does Comcast do that. Why do they do it in Provo? Because competition. Competition. We're so unused to this idea that we can't even like competition. How did that happen?
Yeah.
And so whatever we can do in these cities to set this yardstick to say great cheap service should exist, it's incredibly important. And I'm really excited about the possibility with 20 more cities, that get online and find a way to bring fiber, then every other mayor gets jealous. You have to say every time a street is ripped up in any one of the 5 boroughs, put conduit there. Every time conduit is put in, it should reach each building around it, build the laterals. Every time there's conduit, it should be shared, even if Verizon takes part of it. Make sure that a competitor gets in there. Yeah. The city really gets in its way by charging extraordinarily high franchise fees for competitive fiber providers. That's ridiculous. The idea, this is not a money-making venture. It should be that everybody gets this facility.
How do you deal with the wireless carriers who have very little competition, who are pointing repeatedly to smartphones as a massive success in competition? Whether or not you believe that's true, that's what they do.
Right.
And who are saying, if you regulate us, you'll kill this. Look at what just happened without your help.
Wireless is a more competitive marketplace than the wired marketplace I'm focusing on, but these two things are complementary. Yeah. Fiber policy is wireless policy. Get more fiber throughout the country, and you've got much more Wi-Fi, all kinds of things that spring off of that. It's true that Sprint and T-Mobile are giving AT&T and Verizon more of a run for their money right now, and it's true that LTE is everywhere, but it's such a capped, compressed service. It's great for mobility, but it's complementary with an E. It's not a substitute. And nobody in South Korea would ever start a business using a smartphone and not having a wired home. Same thing.
So what are the next steps, both on the local and the larger macro national level, beyond just regulating each other? What are the concrete things that actually people do?
Oh, no question. So the thing I'm going to do with my life in my limited time on Earth is make sure that I can help mayors understand best practices across these different cities, never act in a vacuum, share lots of information, maybe act as a buying cooperative when it comes to getting equipment in place, mounting up little campaigns. That's so important. And what people can do in each city is give their mayor air cover. Say, we're going to vote on this basis. We're going to make sure that the people who represent us understand that we need this access at reasonable cost.
It's interesting that you're focused on mayors, and that's what I'm coming back to, because how do you do that without a strong federal policy throughout the country?
Here's my
secret plan. Can you go to every
plan.
state and every city?
Yeah, the secret plan is each city gets interested in this. We roll back the terrible state laws that prevent cities from acting on fiber networks. Gradually, it's going to take a while. There are 19 of them. That creates a patchwork that makes everybody jealous and switches the expectations so that at the federal level, even the people who seem incapable of moving now change the policy. But we don't make progress really until you can see something. In America right now, we don't see how badly we're doing. We make that visible by using the mirrors. It's a first step, it's not the last step.
Professor.
Professor.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. It's fun to talk to you.
All right. So here's the issue. We know that through the last few decades, we've seen all the elements of computing follow Moore's law, right? You've lived that. Most of you through your career have seen that happen. So computing power, storage capacity. The problem is that our internet speed is plateauing, and it's not growing at that same exponential rate according to Moore's law. And that's because of some of the issues talked about in that video, and that's what's going on, holding it back. So Google Fiber's mission is to, instead of going at the momentum of today, is to change it and have it follow Moore's law, because it's the part of computing that's holding us back. So when Larry Page met in Washington, D.C. and all that and said, well, nobody's doing anything about this, why don't we do something about this? And hence Google Access, which is actually the umbrella part of Google, called Google Access, was born. And Google Fiber is a huge part of Google Access, but another part of Google Access is actually about Wi-Fi and wireless. And so right now, if you haven't noticed, for instance, Google went away from AT&T, the Starbucks account, 10,000 locations for Wi-Fi access. And so Google's now also supplying the Wi-Fi at all of those types of locations. So things are happening. Now, the problem is this, is that the United States ranks number 8 in speed. We're behind many nations in Southeast Asia and in Europe. I just met with some Germans from Germany. I met with some people from Seoul, Korea, and it's just fascinating. In their apartments, when they move into an apartment, they have 3 fiber providers, and they compete for your business, and you pay about $20 a month for gigabit up and down, and that includes your wireless phone account with it. It's crazy. And so we have a problem with speed and also with the cost per megabit. US is also ranking. And this has profound implications, as you'll see a little bit later. Because this affects our children and grandchildren and future generations and where we're headed. So, now, Google Fiber average speeds looks like this. 0.2, and Google Fiber symmetrical gig, of course, is 1,000 up and down. Now, this has a lot of implications too in software development. When we had dial-up speeds, we got certain applications that came to be, and then when broadband became more prevalent, then we had other applications start to be developed. And as Susan Crawford said in that video, we haven't really even imagined or thought of what we'll do when we have pervasive gigabit speeds. For instance, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, not Google Fiber's opinion, but I'd like to share this thought. You know, it's cool to have a gigabit download speed, right? That's neat, and there's lots of things. Matter of fact, I should share with you that just on Saturday I got it installed. I live in Provo, and I just got it in, and it's pretty darn cool. I couldn't believe it how fast it was when you really have it in your house. Now, but the really interesting thing is that now my house, which I have a lot of stuff going on in my house, I'm actually able to put stuff back out to the cloud at a gigabit. And I think that's really the game changer in a lot of ways. When storing and manipulating things in the cloud is the same as almost writing on my hard drive, I can think of a lot of different ways to use stuff. And so really, we think about, well, you all work with college students and are in that environment. I mean, there's some student somewhere that's going to leverage when the United States finally comes up to where average speeds are much higher, and some software, some way of doing something, and create the next great thing. And that's what we're hoping and aspiring to see happen. Now, here's some of the thoughts behind that.
Let's learn about rockets. With friends. Let's save our special moments so that we can remember them. Let's create new things together. Or launch a new idea from home. Let's take a break. Let's keep up with the top chefs, the models, secret agents, and all the basketball players. Let's run out of sick days before we run out of shows. Let's take control. Let's count every freckle. And let's count every star in the sky. And dream about the possibilities.
So now what we've done is made this specific about Provo. So let's think about what we can do in Provo. Oh, there we go. Let's see if I'll click this. Oh, okay, I gotta go back, I guess. It's gonna play. I messed it up. There we go. too loud and excited in here. It doesn't happen at IT conferences very often, right? We're so loud and excited, Chamber of Commerce thinks we're too loud. Okay, so those Provo sites, a lot of interesting, cool things can happen right in Provo. We held a gigabit think tank, and I'll talk about that in a second, some of the things we were thinking about. But this really becomes real when it's right in your city, right in your own home. Here's some interesting things, and the consumers start understanding when you think about this. If you think about average internet speeds in America is the black car, and the blue car is 100 times faster Google Fiber car. If you were to take off from Provo and head to Manhattan, by the time Google Fiber is in Manhattan, you'd only be in Heber with today's average speeds, right? So that's the relative difference of getting things done and the possibilities. Now, what have we done, and why was Provo chosen? Well, Google saw that Provo offered a high community impact. Google's an interesting company. I was trained immediately when joining the company about how we market and how we spend our dollars, et cetera, et cetera. And they don't do things a traditional way. They don't need to get their brand name out there. And in fact, who in here has used Google in the last 24 hours, some Google product? Who in here? Okay, who in here has never heard of Google before? Okay. So we don't do brand marketing or image marketing. What we do is try to move the needle and make things happen. And so Provo offered this attraction of high community impact. Also had this great infrastructure and the vision and the leadership that comes with it, the partners that were available in the city. It actually was very attractive to Google. And a great coup for the mayor to pull off. Did you see the mayor in that ad? If you know Mayor Curtis, who was in one of those ads. Did you catch the subtle reference? Provo, bigger families. I think they're fascinated that the bigger families in Provo. Our average kids are much higher than everywhere else, I guess. So here's what we've accomplished so far. So April 17th was the announcement that Google Fiber was coming to Provo. Then the next few months, or the next month, was spent finishing up the contracts. July 22nd or so, signed the paperwork, and the deal was done. And then from July to November, a massive upgrade. Millions and millions and millions upon millions of dollars was spent upgrading all of the equipment and network so that it could truly be a fast gigabit network. And then in November, started converting the existing customers on the network to becoming Google Fiber customers. And then in January of 2014, opened up to the city so that even folks that had never been on the fiber network before could join the fiber network. And so that's what we've been busy doing. We're about 5/7 of the way through the city right now. I'd say that because we have broken up the city into 7 fiber hoods, and we've completed 5 of them in terms of the sales process of getting people on, and we have 2 more to go. So, yes?
Real quick, how do you prioritize those fiber hoods in terms of that?
How do we prioritize the fiber hoods? It was done based on looking at the demographics and moving efficiently the installation crews through the city. So it was a combination of all that, and took quite a bit of discussion to figure out where we would go and how we would go through the city. So good question, but it was kind of interesting, and there's pros and cons to every decision point on that as well. So that's what we've been doing. We've initiated a lot of community partnerships. So this is interesting. If you really care and believe that this is good for our nation and our communities, you've got to go in and do partnerships. And so some of the things we've done, for instance, is Google Fiber is giving a free gigabit connection to 25 nonprofit or community organizations. That's in process. And there are 17 of the 25 or something are hooked up right now. And the last few will be in the next couple weeks. So we're doing things like that. These are all over the city. And it's helping these organizations bring their services up. We've also gone to BYU and worked with teams of students, at least 5 different internship teams. They're paid internships, and we're going into combat the digital divide. We like to be positive and call it digital inclusion, and trying to include others in this new economy and being in the high-speed economy. So one example would be Centro Hispano, which helps Spanish-speaking people and helps business owners that own businesses that speak Spanish, Spanish-speaking families, and the children of those families. And so what we've done is given a lot of Chromebooks down to their facility.
brought in these BYU students to sit down with these business owners, these parents, and these children, and teach them how to use the web for their business families, for education, for doing lots of cool stuff, teaching them about this, and it's going really well. And we've done that in other ways with United Way and doing different things. So it's not just about, okay, give a gigabit to a city, it's training them how to use it and leverage it. That's a key component. We've also done things with the school district. It's kind of interesting, the school district of Provo, which very advantageously mimics the city boundaries, which mimics the fiber network boundaries, has figured this is such a public service that they're actually trying to get their 14,000 children in that school district and their families to make sure they know what's available. And I'll tell you about some of the things available in just a minute. So these are those fiber hoods that we were talking about. Now, here's some things that are important to understand. 80% of teachers in K-12 right now, their assignments require the internet to complete them. But in Provo, 35% of the families don't have a wired internet connection in their home. 35%. The parent might have a phone or a smartphone, but not wired. It's very hard to get homework done on a phone. 80% of the Fortune 500 companies will not accept paper resumes. So those families without the ability to upload and do a resume are going to be locked out of those opportunities. 80% of internet users searched for health care and concerns. I couldn't imagine not being able to go to my computer in my den and looking up and diagnosing what's going on with a family member. I've done that now for years, and I'm actually pretty good at it. I think about 80% accurate on diagnosing from just looking up and being reasonably smart and knowing what's going on. Sure, that could be scary, but at the same time, imagine who in here has looked up a healthcare concern for their family and researched on the internet? What would it be like if you didn't have that? It'd be weird, wouldn't it? And you wait 6 weeks for a doctor's appointment, not knowing what's going on, or it's just that. So this is why these things get to be important. These are things why students are benefited by fast internet. I'm going to not read this or anything, but just there's a lot of reasons why students need fast internet in their home. Now, I'm going to share one 2-minute thing from Student Profit to put a cap on this.
Well, here's the problem. For 19 million Americans, many in rural areas, you can't get access to a high-speed connection at any price. It's just not there. For a third of Americans, they don't subscribe, often because it's too expensive. So the rich are getting gouged, the poor are very often left out. And this means that we're creating, yet again, two Americas and deepening inequality through this communications inequality.
So is this why, according to numbers released by the Department of Commerce, only 4 out of 10 households with annual household incomes below $25,000 reported having wired internet access at home, compared with 93% of households with incomes exceeding $100,000? These companies are not providing cheap enough access to the poor folks in this country.
These are good American companies. Their profit motives, though, don't line up with our social needs to make sure that everybody gets access. They're not in the business of making sure that everybody has reasonably priced internet access. That's how inequality functions. That's the way we need to treat this commodity. They're in the business right now of finding rich neighborhoods and harvesting, just making more and more money from the same number of people. They're doing really well at that. Comcast is now a $100 billion company. They're bigger than McDonald's. They're bigger than Home Depot. But they're not providing this deep social need of connection that every other country is taking seriously.
And you make the point that the United States itself is beginning to experience this digital divide in the world.
It's fair to say that the U.S. at the best is in the middle of the pack when it comes to both the speed and cost of high-speed internet access connections. So in Hong Kong, right now, you can get a 500 megabit symmetric connection that's unimaginably fast from our standpoint for about $25 a month. Or in Seoul, for $30, you get 3 choices of different providers of fiber in your apartment. And they come in and install in a day because competition is so fierce. In New York City, there's only one choice, and it's $200 a month for a connection.
So, in looking at this, what is Google doing about this? Well, we're coming in with a simple product, and this is the offering. We have a $120 a month product, which is gigabit plus TV, 70 gigabit plus internet, but most interestingly is this free internet product. In Provo, the commitment is for 7 years, 10 years for apartment dwellers, that for a one-time cost of $30, which is subsidized about 98% from what the true cost of doing a network interface drop to the house is. You can get connected up to a fiber network and have true fiber to the home dedicated to your property. So this service plan of free is interesting because it's actually quite fast. It's 5 megabits down, 1 megabit up, but not shared. You always get that speed, whatever time of day. And for students across Provo at BYU, our challenge is how we can sell $7 when the 5 down and 1 up is really fast compared to the speed test they run and get 0.3 on the other services they've been used to because they're sharing it with their whole floor or the whole building. So it's kind of interesting. But this is really something that there's a real commitment to deliver these types of things. This is the Gigabit City think tank in Provo that's formed. They're envisioning what is Provo going to look like 5 years from now? What software will we write? How will we be using it? How will the families of Provo be living their life differently because of this? And it's really funny because they did skits about what life would be like in their families, and it was really entertaining. This is a lot of detail on our products. Let me just tell you this. All of the hardware has been engineered from the ground up by Google and built proprietary in proprietary fashion for Google. And it's meant to change the game. For instance, usually when you would have fiber to the home, the amount of wall space taken in the home would be about like this size. Now it's down to the size of an outlet. And so things like that are being developed smaller and more efficient. And things like the network box and the way that you work with whole house DVR. Like for instance, it's kind of funny, but I did have problems sometimes when I only was able to DVR 2 shows at once. I got installed Saturday, all weekend long. There were multiple times I needed 3 or 4 to be recording at the same time. You actually do need that. Now, if you need 8, which is the capacity, then maybe you have a problem. But 3 or 4 is normal, right? 3 or 4 is normal. I'm not weird, okay? All right, so lots of things going on here. Just the user experience is also something that we're working on. I don't know if you know this, but the ISP business has the worst customer service record in the history of American and world business. There's no industry worse, including banking, you name it. So the leaders in the industry right now get very, very low customer service ratings. Google Fiber is getting very, very high customer service ratings, and it's a huge commitment. Is there anybody from Provo here that's been installed? Anybody? Okay. They spend time with people at your house and train them afterwards and stick there, a team of 2 or 3 people for a long time, right? So you're going, how's that pencil? We'll leave that question for somebody else to answer later, right? But they're really trying to change the game in customer service and try to change that because of the abysmal record of the industry. So that's a game changer too. Now, we have showrooms in Provo, 2 of them, one in Riverwood Mall, one downtown Provo, and you can come in and see all the products and see what's going on. Welcome to come by. But what I wanted to talk about was the bottom line of what's going on in Provo that is fundamentally important for everyone to understand. The first real decision is whether or not you're just going to get fiber brought to your home. Right now in Provo, for $30, there's nobody that shouldn't do it. And I'm saying that as a Provo resident, not as a Google Fiber rep. For $30, I get fiber brought to my home. The cost to me anywhere from $500 to $3,000 of hard costs to make that happen. You only have to pay $30. So that's an interesting decision. The next decision is, am I going to use this service? Can I have parallel services? Could I have Comcast, CenturyLink, and Google Fiber all on my home at the same time? Yes, you can. So if you don't want to change anything with what you're currently doing, you still get the $30 construction, get it in, and run with the free service. And then you've got backup. You've got parallel connectivity. That's how a lot of the rest of the world is working. And then the question is, are you just going to go with only Google Fiber? You don't have to. That's the question. So it's a real easy consumer thing. I'm not going to share this, but I'll reference you to Chattanooga, Tennessee, just to show you that this is not just about Google Fiber. Chattanooga, Tennessee has done this all on their own without Google Fiber. brought gigabit speeds to their city, and it's completely changed the city in terms of what they have available as a network, the new business community, the accelerators popping up for starting companies, the same speeds, what users of libraries get. It's changed Chattanooga. You can go, quote unquote, Google, sorry to use that word, it's a verb now. You can Google all about Chattanooga and find out how this changes, whether or not it's Google Fiber as a service provider. Getting a gigabit changes the city. Now, I'm going to pass this up. We had a video there to show you how Kansas City has changed, but it's a little too long. I'm probably going overtime. So I'll let you can go on to Google Fiber and see a video about how Kansas City has changed from having Google Fiber. But one thing I want to close on to this group is this. You're in a college environment. You work in IT. You have an opportunity to influence the coming generation. Gigabit applications is a hot, hot space. We need the brain power of those 20-year-olds working, but they're firing synapses at work. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot of 20-year-olds here. They work a little faster, their synapses, than ours do, and they have been born with the internet. It's so funny. I put out on my Facebook yesterday a really entertaining video where a 1998 video on how to use America Online and get on the internet was watched by 20 of today's teenagers, and the comments from the teenagers watching that video. But then you go back and ask them, do you know what a modem, today's teenagers, do you know what a modem is? What's a modem? How do you get on the internet? Just turn on the computer. You know, it's just interesting, right, when you think about how the world has changed and how they look at it. But what we need is today's young people to think about how are we going to use this stuff and where are we going. So I want to leave you with that thought as you go back to universities. Whatever you can do to inspire this kind of thinking, it will help America and help our nation keep up with the rest of the world. Thanks for your time today. One or two questions, or did anybody, or did I get too long over? Does anybody have any questions about anything? No stretching?
No, I'm trying to think of it. So there's a vast majority of communities that aren't going to get Google Fiber.
Right.
So do you have a vision or some advice for those of us who are in communities that have the same need but are unlikely to receive the same sort of, you know, the opportunity to receive Google?
So did you see that in February, Google Fiber did announce 9 new metro areas with 34 overall new cities as expansion cities if the cities cooperate. And what that means is there's about a checklist of 7 items that cities need to do to be much more friendly towards fiber. 2 of those are really important, and those are the permitting process and having permits not get hung up for a long time, and and zoning, and then permit process, and then pole attachments, because aerial is much cheaper, as you would understand, than trenching and underground. So those are the hang-ups. So one of the things, the advice is you go to your mayor. You heard Susan Crawford, and I've come to believe this in my experience. The mayors of cities are the most important politicians in America for bringing fiber to your home. If your mayor wants to get it done and works with the city council, whether you're a city manager or however you're run as a city, there's multiple structures in America. If they want it to happen, they can make it happen, and they can find partners to make it happen. But they've got to cooperate. Now, if you're going to be like some cities, and I probably shouldn't mention this too much, but some cities, for instance, will throw up every roadblock, right, and say, well, we're a cool city. If you want to come to here, you've got to do this, 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 and this. Well, there's 55,000 cities in America, and there's lots of cities that are dying to have fiber. The ones that make it easier to come to are going to get the fiber first from whatever company they partner with to make it happen. Does that help? It's if you want it in your city, your mayor and your city council can do a lot to make that happen.
What are the other 2 items?
Well, the 2 items I said were pole attachments and permits. There's like 5 other items. If you go onto our website, it was a very public announcement. There's a list of about 7 items. I focus on those 2 because the 2 biggest things stopping a city from moving fast is pole attachments if the incumbents have too much power over the poles and they won't let
anybody else on the polls. And number two is if the zone or the permitting, the licensing or Department of Construction Land Use, whatever it is in a city, that says, oh yeah, that permit's going to take a year. Well, that's a problem, because if you're a company, I mean, we got to look at what's happened in Provo. Provo came in, bought a network, and in less than a year, a huge percentage of the city is now up and signed up and starting to get installed work. And we're fastly installing. Every week, hundreds and thousands of people in the last couple of months have been put up in Provo with fiber connections. And it takes a lot of work, but it's really concentrated. These companies don't want to go slow. They don't want to take 5 years to move through a city. I don't know if that helps. There's nothing else. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah, I use, if you can believe it, advanced pick basic is what I would
We're about a half hour behind.
Thank you.
We only did.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
So easy to forget that.
Yeah. Thinking about taking a picture of her or the actual.
Alex, can we delete that? If you want, I'll get you PDFs of the slides, but if you can just delete the PowerPoint.
I won't do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
So now I gotta remember what I do with it.
Server should be running. Updating running.
So are we going to take a picture? What are we doing?
So can we do that fast? Is that possible? Run for the shark tunnel.
Run to the shark tunnel.
Everybody, lots of people yesterday, do not get distracted on the way.
Yeah. Don't try and get your slide going.
Don't run. Walk quickly.
Hey, we're bringing a laser for the sharks.
See if they're like a cat.
Yeah.
My goldfish do that.
Do they?
Yeah. I've been trying to train them for like a circus show.
I didn't know. I'm sure they. Yeah, they might not like that.
Hey Alex, sorry I wobbled your speakers there for
That's all right.
I muted my microphone and I seem to fix that.
I did it too. So I did it.
Sure, absolutely.
Shark. Head to the shark.
Right.
It should be.
Is that Fort Collins is Colorado and.
You guys moving towards the sharks?
Yeah.
And she wants to do her lightning talk quickly because she has like a guest for her lightning talk.
Do I do it before
Right
us?
before you.
That's no problem.
It involves a person. I don't think it involves
Okay.
anything.
Does it involve a?
Involve a presentation or just
You're welcome to come get a picture taken of the sharks.
Have you been up to see the aquarium?
No, I haven't. I need to do that actually because I've been to some of the fundraisers.
Good girl. Good girl. Hi. Say hello to this gentleman. Come here. This is my therapy dog in training, and we're just going to do a quick little talk. Okay, so I'm trying to get her exposed to everything.
What's your name?
Reese.
Tracy.
I'm not very good at that. Are you?
No.
We're working
That's
on
pretty
it.
good.
Well, yeah, she's sort of good. She, I've only had her for 7 weeks. I rescued her.
Okay.
And,
How old is she?
we think 8 to 10 months old.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, she's pretty young with 2 bigger feet, but hey, you know.
She looks like a mix between like a golden and a lab.
She's 100% live. So, and even my vet, I kind of said that too, but it's kind of like, oh, I just can't guess all because she's so curly back here. And then she's got all this blonde back here, brown in here, a little gold under her ears, and then she's got a white spot right here. Go figure.
Yeah.
Easy. Easy. Get her.
In the face, she looks like my brother's dog. He just rescued a black lab.
Oh. Yeah.
And, yeah, she has longer hair, like more like a golden. I grew up with golden too.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, girl. That's my girl. You can Yes, you are. Look to the right.
So she's going to be part of your presentation?
Yeah, I'm going to do that 5-minute overview of my passion. That's what we have to do in our life.
Nice. Yeah.
That's
great.
Oh, come here. See, can I get you? Oh, that's my girl. Put her up so everybody can see her. That's good. We have to expose you to everything, don't we? Good girl. That's my good girl. Yes, we love you. And kiss me. Oh, she's learning slowly. Slowly learning.
Does she need any water or anything like that?
No, she's good. Give her water and then we have that other problem.
Yeah, sure.
No. And then they only got.
Well, I mean, so we'll just, I mean, because we can add on to it,
Right.
it'll be a work in progress.
Is that our new designer? You want to?
We do. Wake up. Because battery.
So you talked to the bottom.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you know, obviously, I think at one time they were trying to do that.
So there's a few little things.
There's a lot, you know, got the mayor,
We did better at
the county controls all the streets, we the power company. Got Warrior State, obviously, this corner. Got a lot.
We couldn't do the album usually on ready.
You never really let people do
Yeah.
Supporting education, that's the whole goal. I think there's a lot of bodies that really want
I can bring the horse to water if you get a city,
So what would
city
we-
leaders gets that, right? Mayor.
I don't know whether, I don't know.
Mayor really wants to go for it.
Right.
It's gonna happen, and you can put that together, and then I know it's business development or talks.
But, okay, so, but who could we,
I can just put that, I kind of, you know, I don't have any say in the decisions, you know, in terms of whether it's subsidy those or not, or anything like that. And so,
That's great. Yeah. Do they take the amount of area?
What's available underground? Because within there's a large organization.
Yeah. Yeah. And what Clark's favorite thing is that time goes down, and the question is, what are the fees, how much it costs? Like Kroll, for instance, they built a fire network, and every new developer bears costs. And that becomes a shared communications conduit. The first one is a sheet, the first one.
All right, we're going to start again, and we're going to intercede a lightning talk in the middle before Matt goes.
Do you want to-
guys, if you want to keep talking,
Marla, do you want the microphone hooked up for anybody? Do you want to have
do
it
we want a
available?
mic hooked up?
You care?
All right.
I'm not going to worry about it right now, but if you need it, we can.
Wherever you want to be, wherever you're comfortable. Except that. So we're sliding in a lightning talk ahead of time.
So she can't just hang out for very long. So Dave asked me to talk today and bring my special guest, as he alluded to last night. This is my newly rescued dog. I've had her for about 7 weeks. But my passion is doing therapy work with animals. And I've been volunteering for 17 years with my therapy dogs and the therapy cat. And therapy dogs are different than service dogs. So they don't have all the same allowances that service dogs do. They can't go everywhere. They have to be invited and whatnot. But I do animal-assisted therapy and animal-assisted activities with my therapy dogs and cat, where when I started with a dog that was doing brain and spinal cord injured rehab therapy. And that's most of what I do now is rehab therapy. We also started a READ program, which is Reading Education Assistant Dogs, the acronym READ. And my first dog was actually Peter Jennings for that program. So, but we do all the libraries in the county here, where the kids come and they have to read out loud to the dogs. So it's kind of fun. And it just helps them improve their reading skills. And we do programs in schools, but because I work for county, we do schools. But we also volunteer with people at risk, hospitals, in the hospitals and other facilities. The organization I volunteer with is In and Out Therapy Animals, and we have about 300 teams, like me, partner teams. So we cover almost all the facilities here in Salt Lake. Well, actually in Utah, Idaho, Montana, and our READ program is in 48 of the 50 states, where we're actually splitting race with the animals. To be a therapy dog, you have to test every 2 years to keep your insurance. So we're insured because we're, in hospitals and with children and stuff. To animals or something. Part of the testing process is, of course, basics. Sit down, come, stay. And then they test them for their temperament and how they'll behave in unusual situations. Because when I'm at the library with the kids, sometimes 10 kids will just come right on the dog. We never poke them doing this. And we have to see how they behave. So she hasn't been tested yet. She's my new dog. I've had her for about 7 weeks. I just rescued her. I lost my last therapy dog about not quite 3 months ago. So she's my new one that we're going to get certified and start developing with her. We're not sure she's 100% mutt, so I don't know what she is. But I like to expose her to all sorts of different places. Now, I take her good girl, If I had a treat, we'd do that. Good girl. Say, wow, that's what she's learned. And actually, she's actually doing sit down and come the stage. She's really struggling. That's part of the process. So Do you have any questions, or?
So you say you rescued her, you got her from a rescue center.
Yes.
How do you pick out a dog at a rescue center?
You know, that's a little hard because you want to take that right? When you go. But I was looking for a temperament that would be good, because I want a dog that can put in a wheelchair, that can work with the kids. So yeah, do a lot of online looking, calling, checking all sorts of different rescue facilities, and a lot of them know if you're looking for a therapy dog, they kind of help you find one that they think has the right temperament. Salt Lake County Pound, they're pretty good about helping you find ones, and they let the organization I volunteer with know when they've got a dog that they think needs rescue that would make a good therapy. But a lot of it, the temperament can't be trained, but a lot of what they do can be trained. And it's interesting, the populations we volunteer with are many and varied, and sometimes you want just a very sedate dog that does nothing. But when we're volunteering with youth at risk, you want a dog that's a little more active. And you know, I did a volunteer program away from Becker Lake, and they get pretty rough with the animals. You know, so you want a dog that will play and interact with them, type stuff. That's all. I know she's just like the needle. That's all right. Sweet girl. But and my cat, it was interesting. I had a cat that lived at 23 and volunteered, so it was 23 actually. But the youth at risk, when I volunteered with my cat, it was kind of interesting how the boys were such more gentle with the cat. It was kind of fun to see them. I think she's going to be a pretty mellow girl.
Beautiful.
You know, she's kind of blonde back here and curly. She's got a white spot here. She loves birds. I think she might have some sort of hunting retriever dog. She hasn't quite figured the retrieving out yet. When she's with another dog, and if they retrieve, she'll do it. But by herself, I haven't been able to teach her that. I think the guess is that she was pretty much confined for the first 6, 7 months of life. She didn't know how to get in the car. She didn't know how to do stairs. So she struggled a little with that. But she's coming along. She's still a little awkward. Like she's about 3 months behind just on her capabilities. She just hasn't. She falls downstairs when she walks in. She's awkward. But she's starting to get the muscle memory and stuff to do what she needs to do. I know.
So you keep her. I have a friend who does rescue dogs. She trains them, and then trains them to be with somebody who like has diabetes and live with them. But you keep her.
That's correct.
You take her to places just for short periods of time.
Right. So you know, my previous dog, we did, and that's the difference between a service dog and a killer. So these are our own personal pets, and we're a team. We go everywhere together. Service dogs, they train them to do specific needs for specific reasons, which are wonderful too. But my previous dog, you know, that I did animal assisted therapy, where I actually worked with a speech therapist a lot for brain and stomach injury patients, and helping them to talk again. So I had trained my dog to do hand commands. So if the patient was learning to talk, could say sit. You know, if they could get sit out, I could get my dog to sit with hand movements. You're starting to learn how to sit. And then, you know, lay down type stuff. So I worked with another physical therapist too, that even in rehab therapy with brain and stomach injury patients, it's a lot more fun to have a dog to do exercises with, because they're repetitive and boring stuff. So it makes it a lot more fun. All right.
Are you with a group of recognized therapy pets, or you said you get registered?
Intermountain Therapy Animals is the organization I volunteer with. They're here locally in Utah, headquartered. But we have chapters throughout the United States, especially the READ program, which we trademarked. But there's a couple national organizations, Delta Society is one of them, that also test for therapy dogs. And like I said, they have to test every 2 years to make sure they still have the right behavior to continue to volunteer. But Intermountain Therapy Animals here locally in Salt Lake, we have our own testers and evaluators. So I help participate in testing new dogs, and you know, we test again for basic obedience and temperament, and you know, we make loud noises and do different things to see how they react.
She can walk around and say hi to everybody.
Yeah, I'll bring her to. Lizzie, can you get off? Jump, jump. Good girl. All right. Come say hi.
Should we not clap?
Oh, you can clap. Actually, I want to expose her to all sorts of different noises. Jump at her, scare her, whatever you think kids would do.
Just take her out as the aquarium with the kids.
Yeah, I brought her in before they unloaded the buses. I was saying that when all the buses came up. And I go, she wants to get on the bus. The door's open. I go, "Ah."
How much, what kind of investment, like what do you pay for veterinary insurance and?
The insurance for the organization I volunteer with is included in the testing, which is about $100 a year.
Okay.
On what your dog does and eats, I can't speak to that, you know. Because I've already had her to the vet once, but she ate some poisonous stuff that I didn't realize she did. But
Like for 4 beers, it's true. Yeah. All right, so while Anita's doing that, thank you, Anita. I've been asked, for some reason they're plating lunches, and ask you why we can't just do it. It's environmentally sound, we're not gonna use boxes. So, you have your choice of 3 things.
Take all 3.
And yes, I had something to do with this. The St. Andrew's salad, which is grilled chicken, baby spinach, candied almonds, truffled feta, sweet red onion, sliced strawberries, and strawberry vinaigrette. That's one choice. The St. Andrew's salad. Don't ask me why. And you can have this vegetarian, and that's your vegetarian option. It doesn't be vegetarian. Or you can have the Pacific Rim shrimp salad, which is Asian greens, Napa cabbage, vegetable ribbons, ginger soy dressing with crispy wontons, and crispy golden shrimp.
That one. Yeah. No bacon.
So maybe we should do this in a backwards fashion.
If it has bacon on it, no bacon.
No bacon is involved.
Set it on the paper.
Does anybody want a vegetarian? Okay. So it sounds like there's going to be a large contingent for the shrimp, right? So who, well, I'll assume everybody except these people will want shrimp. Who wants the St. Andrew's salad, which is the chicken?
St. Andrews without. Just a third option.
And you have to
St.
keep,
Andrews without chicken.
you really have 2 choices unless you're vegetarian. Okay, put your hands up and hold them up.
For what?
One, this is the chicken.
Chicken.
Who wants chicken?
Look, there you go.
1,
Chicken and shrimp.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16. All right, 16 chicken. And then, I'll count everybody that would know how many are less for shrimp. Who wants shrimp?
Oh, shrimp was on. Oh.
You can't have both.
15 on the other.
Anything
I thought you
else?
said chicken and vegetarian. So.
Dave, just for you.
All right, shrimp, put your hands up and hold them up.
Wait, this is
1,
Chicken's out there. Chicken.
8, 9, 10.
This is shrimp.
Listening skills.
Wow, it's almost exactly even. Is there anybody missing that?
Well, I'm not sure you got me, but.
Steve said he might have some programs and might come up with some beer.
That's chicken captain associated with St. Andrews. Strawberry.
Steve said might come.
I think St.
Hey,
Andrews.
come this afternoon. So why do I count 30 and I only have 29? I did.
I think Dave wanted twice.
You can.
Anybody
I get you. So, I think we're actually split. Even 15 chicken, 15 shrimp. And no veggies. No veggie. Everybody get that?
If you have bacon, just throw some
Big bowl of bacon out.
Bacon on either one.
Bacon wrap salad.
All right. Matt, you're up. So based on our extremely late schedule here, I'm proposing you just take your break whenever you,
One
need it.
One
You're adults. Yes.
So usually, so the very few Westnet presentations I've done have been at 1 o'clock on the last day, and half the people leave, so it's really easy, and the others are falling asleep. So I was really excited. We were in the morning, and then I saw our fallen Google. I was like, oh, now I got to follow a rescue dog. And Marla just says, if you want to leave, leave. So, okay, I won't be offended. But it's better than before. So, Fort Lewis College, we're going to talk about OpenDNS, which we've recently implemented. So just to give you a little feel for what Fort Lewis College is, we're a public school, state of Colorado, for a liberal arts, primarily college, and we're small. So we only have 4,065 students this last year. So I wager we're probably the smallest organization in Westnet, at least at this meeting. A unique thing about us, it's called the Sacred Trust. Fort Lewis College was an Army base on several thousand acres outside of Durango, and the U.S. government gave the several thousand acres to the state of Colorado with the stipulation that we provide tuition-free or free tuition to all Native American students in the United States. That was about 100 years ago, and we still have to do that. So we, being the state of Colorado, actually pays Fort Lewis College for the tuition for all Native American students. So we have about 22% of our students are attending tuition-free. Here's a shot off of our webcam. We think it's a really beautiful campus. We're up in the mountains in southwest Colorado. Our geography, our closest big city is Albuquerque, which is about 3.5 hours away. And then Denver, Salt Lake, and Phoenix are all 6 to 7 hours away by car. So we're not really near anything.
What's your elevation?
We're right at just below the college is at 7,000 feet. Pretty close.
Who's taking exception whether Albuquerque is a big city?
I've been to Albuquerque.
You know, the funny thing about that is the FCC says that we're in the Albuquerque broadcast area, so we get Albuquerque TV. We're right on the border. We don't get Denver TV. So so we have to watch the Albuquerque news. And my kids are like, we're not going to Albuquerque. But it's a pretty campus. So this is probably about a quarter or a fifth of the campus. This is looking out from our union at our webcam.
So you went down 200 feet to get there from where you were.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's my elevation. So I'm getting close to our problem statement here. So the information technology department is very centralized. So as a small school, it was interesting getting used to it. All the services. So we run all the help desk, all the desktop support, all the labs, the internet, the administrative systems. So the departments really don't do anything to rely on the central IT organization. Our total staff is 26 to do all of that, and these 5 areas are the major areas within IT with a different manager in front of each one. So the administrative systems, we have a middleware group, and technology support is the help desk, lab, and desktop support. Our telecom folks and our system administration group.
And where did you steal your new telecom manager from?
And all right, I would formally like to thank Boise for training our new network manager. We just hired away from Boise Brian Foster, and we're really excited about that. He starts on June 25th, and our retiring manager leaves on June 27th. It's like the first time in my history that I've had somebody start before somebody left. It's kind of neat. And my vice president's really mad because he has no salary savings. So here's our problem statement: is security. Being small, we don't have the luxury of a dedicated security position, which I imagine most of you have a security position or a team or a group or whole department. So we like to say security is everybody's responsibility, especially in IT, but we say that to our students as well and faculty and staff. So some of the things we've done for security is just your kind of typical layers. You know, we've got internal and external firewalls. We're heavily reliant on NAT. We are running packet fence as a NAC. We are running CopySense, which is an interesting. So that's detecting copyright violations on the wire, and does a 3 strikes you're out kind of thing automatic. So it's a good educational. The students know about it. Net equalizer's in line, but we're really not using it. And of course, we had antivirus, and we've recently started removing desktop admin privileges from faculty and staff. So that's our problem, though, is we're small. We don't have a dedicated position. So the things we do, we have to make sure are sustainable and work and earn a good value. We basically, because we figured out we could buy enough bandwidth. So we've got 600 megs. Basically, we have 2 300 meg connections, 300 to the front range gigapop and 300 to a local carrier that we have a direct fiber connection to. And we turned off the packet shaper altogether, and we're not maxing out that bandwidth. So I'd rather just make it easy and buy the. Actually, you guys were kind of my inspiration, because you had like several gig connections, right, and no packet shaper. So like, well, they can do it. Why can't I? So we're here to talk. So we added OpenDNS to our mix of layers after EDUCAUSE. We'd been looking at it for a while. You know, we had the regular thing with botnets and things going on, and years and years ago, I had thought, you know, why can't you use DNS to help in the security realm of preventing things? And you know, people are always asking, what's the internet used for? It's like, well, we can't tell you, that type of thing. But does everybody know what OpenDNS is? Have they seen it, or probably using it at home, that type of thing? So we bought the enterprise license. So it basically does redirects. So it's your external DNS. If it finds, you know, a malicious domain or now a malicious URL or an IP address that's contain all these things, it redirects it to a sorry page. You did something bad, which is interesting, because that's OpenDNS's page. Things that we define, like if we define a domain, it'll redirect it to our sorry page, basically. The contains, this is kind of off of their website, so if you go to their website, you'll see a lot of this. It contains botnet callbacks. What that means is when there is a bot on campus, it's redirecting those calls back to the mothership and redirecting them away so those calls don't get through, basically, or those requests don't get back from a bot. And then we see that. So that's good. And the phishing sites, it's blocking those, more and more of those. So the reason we did it, and the benefits that I looked at it initially, is it is proactive. It's kind of after the fact. I mean, people aren't always infected yet, so it's catching people that might be about to get infected. It's catching people that are already infected, and a lot of them. And it gave us a visibility into the network, which was kind of interesting. So the reports, and we'll show that in a second, and that it has by IP tells you what's being blocked, and it's pretty easy to all of a sudden identify who your people are that are having trouble, that we never knew this was happening before. So that's kind of the scary part, is you know a lot more about your network. And then we had the typical phishing things happening before we had OpenDNS. And we still have phishing happening now, but people would report, hey, I got this. it's a spear phishing attack against us. And so we would go, sometimes we'd update the firewall, sometimes we'd update our own DNS servers, and we'd get in these lists that were really long and didn't make sense. So with OpenDNS, you can quickly, through their interface, add a domain, and within seconds it's blocked. Of course, that's just for people on your network that are using it. And then the real cool thing that kind of put it over the top for us was they had a feature where we installed an appliance, right? And Parker will talk about this. That's an internal appliance that you use as your internal DNS first, and then it keeps track of the internal IP address. So we're getting our reports back of these botnets and malicious blocks and things, and actually telling us the internal IP address. So we're not having to go through all the NAT logs and things to figure out who somebody is. That's made it really quick, and it was easy. You turn it on and it kind of works, and it was easy to set up and go.
So, excuse me, is that internal NAT, is that real time or after the fact? Can you say at this point in time who had it?
Yeah, exactly. I'll show you that in a second. So this is right off of their site. So they basically do big data and mining. They have, I forget how many. They have these DNS servers around the world and so they have 50 billion requests a day going through their servers that they're capturing and keeping. They got 50 million customers, enterprise and home customers, in 160 countries. So they're getting a lot of data, and that's where I think some of the value is on this. They do have their own labs, and so they are looking at viruses and threats and things in their labs and then feeding that into their algorithms and heuristics, which is both the behavior analysis and the reputation. They've got this content-based classification is a new thing they just turned on, and we didn't know it. And all of a sudden, instead of at the domain level, they're down to the URL level, blocking and looking at different things. And that's why I said usually on the internal IP address, they're not tracking when they block something through this intelligent proxy. They said it's coming. And then they say they got 90 members worldwide that are also contributing of other organizations, and they partner with 200 other people to get all their data. So it seems effective to me. So here's a shot. I don't know if you can read it or not. I was going to do this kind of live, but with we backed off to just a screenshot. So this is just the once you log in, this is your dashboard that you get to begin with. And this isn't a very I should have grabbed it in the middle of a semester, and this was it wasn't yesterday, day before yesterday. It must have been, yeah. So when we first turned this on, the first day we turned it on, and we had like 60,000 that were getting through the day before, and we didn't know about it. So this graph in the dashboard is a 2-hour increments, and it tells you what's going on your network. This work here, 60,000.
How many students?
Out of there's 1,700 in the dorms. Huh?
Help me with the net.
There's students in housing.
There's students in housing. They're resident students. Yeah. So a bot, what we've seen is if there's a bot, and there are quite a few bots in the dorms, is generating a request like every second, and so one device can create thousands and thousands of individual.
I think you were counting NAT.
No, these are individual requests out of that.
All right, thanks.
So do you force people to use this? Do you block like port 53 outbound and
Yeah, no, we haven't, but that's in the plans. We're hoping to get that implemented before the fall. We don't quite know what trouble that'll cause, but that's the plan, is to block that. The other interesting thing is we've seen other people come to campus that already have OpenDNS as their DNS. that skews the statistics a little bit because it's counting against their home system net account. This line here is actually your total DNS requests. So that's off of this graph on this side, which is, you can't read it, hundreds of thousands. And so this is a 2-hour increment. Blue is just your standard blocked something. And then green is like a domain request that's been blocked. And so typically you'll see during the middle of a semester, this will all be red, and those are really bad blocks. Bots are in there. So you can drill down. If you click on one of these, it generates a report of all the things for that category within that 2-hour period. And then it gives you some interesting stuff, your top 10 domains. And these identifiers are how we've broken up the network. So our categories within the network, like faculty, staff, ResNet, servers, that type of thing. And then you can drill down. If you click on one of those, it allows you to drill down into each one of those. So an interesting thing with the NSA right next door is it not only captures all the things it blocked, it actually shows you the DNS requests that it blocked. It captures all DNS requests. So you can look at a single IP address and see for the last 24 hours all the DNS requests that IP address. Great, good and bad.
Do you have privacy issues with that?
We haven't told anybody yet. So no. So what we're saying is we don't look at that unless we get a subpoena or some real reason that we would need to look at that. And we won't look at that unless the police ask us to, or the dean of students or somebody of high authority has a legitimate need for that. We did have a situation where a girl in summer school, student in summer school, somebody posted, for a good time call, her number and email address and Facebook site, and they posted that on Craigslist. And she felt that it was one of the students in one of her physics classes. So we were able to go look at the time it was posted, and we pulled off all Craigslist requests. We stashed that aside, and I said, okay, if the police come, we have the information, we'll give it to them. The police never came to investigate it, but so an example of how it could be used. So it's they're constantly updating this dashboard too. When we first started, this didn't exist, and we just got these first two things, which were total requests and then botnet requests of malicious blocks, and then they added this. So they're really adding a lot to it. Each week, kind of a new feature pops up, and you just kind of figure out how to use it. It's kind of interesting. So what I did here is I clicked on the total on the botnets from that previous screen, and fortunately, it was kind of nice. I mean, this was just 2 days ago. It's the middle of our summer. We don't have anybody on campus. But we had one faculty and staff with a bot, and the other was the labs, I think. So it's kind of interesting. So this is probably one of those persistent threats where in that 24-hour period there was just one request from that known bot network calling home. Usually we'll see thousands of them if somebody has a bot on it. And so we've done, Parker will talk about some neat things we've done using an API to identify those and create help desk tickets and that type of thing. So you can drill down. And so I clicked on this domain name, which is some really funky domain name, and it allows you then, if there were lots of those, to filter further down those. So you can keep drilling down. So what I did was I clicked on one that said they call it Insight. So if you click on that, it shows you all the times that it has available of when that domain was requested. And so in this case, it was just during this 2-hour period. And we had one request. There were 34 global requests for it. And so usually you look at it, and we've got 5,000 requests, and there's 2 million global requests. And that's more normal. But I thought this was interesting because it was such a small number. There are only 34 in all of those 50 billion requests for that. So that means they're catching this bot pretty early. And this is a new request home here. So there's only 34 out of that 50 billion that have showed up. And we're lucky enough to be one of them. So from these reports, you can download all the information and pop it into a spreadsheet. This is from April, and there were 10,000 lines in this spreadsheet. It's pretty cool. Once you get it in a spreadsheet, then you can manipulate it yourself. So you can sort by any column, you can remove duplicates, things like that. So within the spreadsheet, you can really quickly whittle down and see trends and things. The Smarty engine is always there, and it's some annoying adware kind of thing that it blocks. So that's my part of it. I'm going to let Parker talk about the implementation here.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so the implementation was actually pretty easy, as you would imagine. DNS is not very difficult to implement. You just point your servers to the OpenDNS, and there you go.
You have to speak up.
Okay, sure. So, and then I'll talk a little bit about the API and some of our future vision. So the phase one essentially is to just you essentially log into the OpenDNS umbrella website and you define your networks. So the first part is just defining the network identities of your IPv4, or we should be using IPv6 networks that the college owns and what we use. And so you essentially just go in and you put in your your range, your /24 for whatever range you're using. In our case, we've got a block. So you just go in and essentially there's verification that takes place that you own these IPs and so forth. And you give them a name, and so if you have your network segmented, you can just define those networks. Once you have your networks, your public IPs and everything defined, then you essentially just go into your DNS servers and you forward all your DNS requests to these two addresses. And so what we did was we just chose one server that nobody was really using, and we just forwarded the DNS requests. And then we configured a group of clients to essentially just use this one machine, and just to make sure that everything's working, nothing was going to break, and going through the whole process. And so once we were satisfied that everything was working just fine, we just went ahead and so we go to the dashboard, verify that you can see the requests and see if there's anything blocked and so forth. So then after we determined that everything was fine, we just went ahead and did it with the rest of the DNS servers. And so it's just literally go in there, changing from root hints to forwarding, and then boom, all your servers are forwarding to OpenDNS, and you start to immediately get data in the dashboard. So you can start looking at it. This was the first phase, so this was using our existing internal DNS server. So we didn't get the internal IP information, but we were getting, okay, how many bots do we have on campus? And we can immediately see that information. So the second phase was essentially, it was great because we saw all these bots on campus and we saw all this malware being blocked on campus, and we're like, okay, well, how do we track these things down? And so that was the next phase. Because it gave us the public IP information, but we're going to go look at the NAT translation tables, and we're going to point in time, look back to see which machines they were, and if we're doing PAT and NAT, it's going to be really difficult. So we tried to do that a little bit, and we determined that It was going to be too difficult. I mean, we could do it, but it was going to be too difficult to do it. So, but they have these internal OpenDNS virtual machines that you deploy, and essentially, if you point your clients to these internal virtual machines, you get the internal IP address of the machine. So, and it can do Active Directory integration as well if you want to know who that person was. We're not actually doing the Active Directory piece at this point, but we're getting the internal address now. So to do that, you just go in and define your internal networks and how you have your network segmented, and we use like our DHCP zones and scopes, and that's how we defined our networks. And you can define it however way you want, and it's just how they in the reports. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
This is an OpenDNS.
Yeah, currently right now this is just the dashboard, so I'm just going in and defining the networks. But yes, you
download something from OpenDNS and grab your server.
Exactly.
And point your DNS to that.
Correct.
Clients go directly to that too.
So we still have our DNS servers pointing to OpenDNS, like our physical servers and things like that. But then to get the internal information, you need to have clients point to their virtual appliances. Yes. So it's like a 10 gig download. It's a really small footprint VM that runs, and it just all it is a DNS server. And I'll show that to you in a second.
So this becomes the default DNS server for your project.
Correct. Yeah.
For external.
For
external hosts. So you still resolve local Fort Lewis WDU stuff locally?
Yes. So what it does is the internal appliances will actually forward local zones to your internal DNS servers, and everything else that goes out is how it works. And I'll show you that screen so you can see it. Yeah. So you're just defining your internal networks, and then you download the virtual appliance, and it's a really basic virtual appliance. We actually deployed 3 of them, and you go in and you give an IP and a mask gateway, and then here's your local DNS servers. So this is that says what to forward it to, and this is kind of the connectivity over here that says that it's connected to their servers. If that's green, then that's good. You don't want it to be orange or red. Yeah.
So, quick clarification, you brought up some VMs of theirs.
Yeah.
Did you have to change all your client pointing to 208.67, 222,
No, not at all.
So your client still points to your internal NS whatever blah.
So what we did is so that's the next slide. So what we did is DHCP is we used DHCP initially to with our zones. You specify which DNS servers that they get their DNS from, right?
DNS servers, open DNS servers, or campus DNS?
Internal,
okay.
Right? So before we had implemented this, they were pointing to, all of our clients were pointing here initially, right? So now through DHCP, we say, go here. And so this virtual machine will then forward everything internal to these guys. So I'll show that to you in the next slide.
So you could retrofit an existing DNS infrastructure on campus
to
use OpenDNS as its forwarders.
Yeah,
exactly. For external sites.
Yeah, and it's super fast. I mean, this, you could do this in an hour or two if you wanted to. Yeah. Yes.
Have you found any issues with OpenDNS not connecting you to the right distribution points for video, like YouTube or other things like that cause performance? So I certainly see issues when I use OpenDNS at home. My YouTube performance tanks because it's not providing me to the right YouTube drop off or caching city or whatever it is, and we find a lot of issues with that. At least in my county. Have you seen anything like that? Or if you do, does OpenDNS have a way around that? so you don't end up with weird stuff on content distribution networks.
We haven't really seen anything related to that. We haven't heard any reports from the TSS team at all in relation to it. We do know that there is a latency period with any DNS provider out in the cloud, and it's pretty fast. We haven't really we've seen a little bit of slowness, but it's typically easier when you do not see it. Once you have the request, the content should no longer need DNS. So if you're having streaming problems, things like that, it may not be a DNS issue. But
it was because OpenDNS would push us to a content distribution node that was too far away from where we really were geographically.
Okay.
And so it would resolve correctly, but it would be, a quarter the speed of resolving it via local DNS based on what they're doing. Because OpenDNS doesn't push to the best local content distribution based on your geography.
So Matt, you should check to make sure your Netflix goes to like the
Right.
FRGP.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And I wonder if there could be, issues with Internet 2 routing or other things where it may choose to redirect you somewhere.
Yeah.
So on that
we can look
note,
into that.
If you have that kind of problem, what's tech support like for OpenDNS? Could you call them up and say, hey,
Their tech support is awesome. I mean, I've worked
would
with.
they have the authority to fix, hey, can you make DNS point to Logan's local YouTube distribution node instead of where OpenDNS?
They have their support is like calling a level 3 support right away. Their support is great. Whereas like other people, it's a day for them to call you back. It's immediate and they're pretty good. As far as those type of issues, I'm not sure, but from all the requests that I put in, I get a resolution pretty much right away. That same day, it's pretty good. Their support. So there's other vendors out there that have horrible support, and I'm sure you're aware of them, but it's good support. So yeah, essentially here's a virtual machine. You configure it, and this is the forwarding area here. You just come in and define your domains and your reverse lookup, and it will forward. And so there's 22 of these, and so any of these domains will get forwarded to your internal servers. So they'll do the response back, the authoritative response. Everything else will go out to OpenDNS for the resolution. And you just do this on each of your virtual machines, and then they're there. They're ready. So, and then the question is how do you get the clients onto the OpenDNS servers? And so what we did is we modified one DHCP zone at a time. We did IT, and I think we did a couple DNS zones. I didn't show the whole slide here of the DNS for the DHCP infrastructure, but essentially this is just a DHCP option that you can say use these other DNS servers, and it's pretty instantaneous that the clients will get the new DNS servers like right away. We thought that it was going to take a long time for people to get a new IP address, but it's like it seems to be immediate, which is good. So we did IT. We're like, okay, nothing broke. Like, okay, great, and it was pretty much a non-event the entire time of deploying this, and it's super fast. And so then what we did is did a couple zones, and then we just did, once we were satisfied that everything was working fine, we just went ahead and did the entire server and set the DNS 006 option for both of our DHCP servers, and boom, immediately all the clients got the new DNS servers, and we then immediately, going to the dashboard, saw that we had all the internal IP addresses from all the botnets and all the malware on campus. And so now that we had the internal IP address, it gave you a time when that occurred, and then we started to be able to investigate. Oh, we got this huge botnet on campus. Let's take this thing off. Let's go investigate it, pull it off the network, do what we need to do with it, and we started to do a lot of work to clean up the network. So we were able to go in and be more proactive and know that we had faculty and staff machines that had malware on them. And wouldn't you be curious if you had malware on your machine and you didn't know it, that was calling home, and all those kind of things.
Did you see any false positives with any of that?
We didn't have any calls with false positives at all.
So it makes for an interesting help desk call then, for them to call up somebody and go, well, we know you've got a dirty system. We'd like more than clean it up. And people are like, really? Okay.
So the users would go get to a block page, or if it was a URL that we blocked from a phishing email, they would go to our block page. And with these botnets, they have these crazy URLs that nobody would be going to anyways. That are just these random URLs or domains that they're trying to resolve. And so it's working out well. So the implementation, as you can see, is super easy. Just you can configure your DNS servers to point, and then you can deploy these guys. The next phase was, do we want the usernames have the Active Directory integration? Do we want the usernames and of everybody? And with all the devices nowadays, not everybody's attached to Active Directory, and so there's a case to have that capability, but we'll see. That's a future thing.
Were you doing that prior to implementing this? Did you have Microsoft's dynamic DNS working implemented?
We were just doing DNS resolution with the root-end servers. We weren't doing any of this type of
integration.
Right. So our DNS servers were just going to the root servers for resolution, coming back, and that was it. So we weren't doing any advanced blocking. So the API, this is a pretty sweet. So one of the issues was, okay, we have to go into this reports dashboard, and we have to export the report, and we bring it into Excel, and we go, okay, remove duplicates, and da-da-da-da-da. Give me the internal IP addresses, and once I have the internal IP addresses, I go to the HTTP, and I say, okay, give me the MAC address of that machine, and then once I have the MAC address, then I can go into Prime and look and find its location on campus. I can go into Cisco Prime. I can go into Packet Fence and see who it's registered to and things like that. So it was still a manual process. So this next API phase is, how do we automate it a little bit better? And so they have this API that's a REST API and JSON format, and it's pretty simple. You get they send you an API key, and it generates a token, and then once you have the token, then you can make any kind of API calls that you want in relation to the data. So what I wanted to do is essentially take out the manual part of downloading the reports. So I wanted to just pull down machines that had bots on them within the last 24 hours, say, and then remove all the duplicate addresses. And Matt was saying if they're known to have a bot, we need to do something about it. So the initial phase is to figure out who has a bot, catch it, send it to the help desk, tell them that there's a bot on campus, and so they can track it down. So the API is nice. It helps you do that in an automated fashion. So that's kind of an API, a curl command to get that. And this just gets like the top 500 domains. So there's all kinds of different queries, API queries that you can do to pull down information. So like I said, manual exporting the security data. It was a manual linking to DHCP, MAC address, and then figure out who was registered in packet fence. So the whole goal is to try to automate this process and be more proactive on the network and keep users safe, essentially. So we used PowerShell just initially to write the queries for the API. There's a really nice invoke REST method commandlet. Plus, we could also run PowerShell commandlets against our DHCP server to pull the MAC address information, host name information, and so on. So that we just kind of did that. This is definitely not all of the code by any means, but this is kind of just some PowerShell code that I wrote to query their API. So there's the command URL for, that's just their URL. And I'm just saying, I want the security categories and give me the 500. And the filters is the start runtime and the end runtime. So I'm computing Unix time for each of those. So I'm saying, give me everything within the last hour. Categories, handling code. So the handling code 1 is all the bots. Here's my API key and my token. And then I save that into a variable called results. And so this is why it's so nice, is then I can just parse through results and do whatever I want with it. So if I connected, otherwise, if there's nothing, then there's no botnets, otherwise, do stuff. So here's the results, and so here I'm getting the time from each of these incidents. And then once I have the IP address and the infraction time, I do a match with DHCP to figure out if they had a lease at the infraction time, then I have a match. If they didn't have a lease at the infraction time, then I don't have a match, essentially. So I'm doing time calculations based upon leases. And then essentially I'm creating a body, and then I'm sending an email message to the help desk and saying, there's a bot, here's the name, here's the internal IP address, and so on. So there's a lot more that we can do with it. We're looking at all the categories. We're looking at how do we automate it further. That kind of goes into the future vision as we have packet fence. We're looking to, once we have the MAC address, we move you into botnet VLAN, separate you from the rest of the network. There's all kinds of ideas on what we can do once we know that you're infected and how we should handle your machine and so forth. Obviously, we need to keep students from being able to do their job and write their papers and so forth. And yeah, and then the idea of blocking all other external DNS requests and lets you go through our servers kind of prevents botnets and malware from going around our servers to get out. So I think that's the next phase. We'll see a lot more. We'll have to do some monitoring to see how much DNS traffic is going through, not through our servers, and that'll be interesting.
Yeah, so the other things we are not using yet are filtering. So you can filter on pornography, gambling. It's got 200 different categories, that type of thing. So we're toying with the idea of doing filtering in the labs and the kiosks on campus to help with those types of things, to exploit it. But it's all easy. It's hosted all in the cloud, and just point and click through the dashboards. Easy to set up and go with.
How do they charge?
So, yeah, it's not on our slides. So it's $1,400 a month for our size, and they based us on, I think, our total accounts, maybe. It was like 7,000 or 8,000 accounts. I don't know how that would scale.
Oh, like Active Directory accounts?
Like, yeah, network accounts. So it's. I think the pricing is you negotiate with them. They don't have a cut sheet that says.
$1 a month.
Yeah.
Particularly 3 versions we were using, professional insights.
We are on Insights, I think.
We are on Insights. So the professional or platinum, I don't know.
Professional insights delivered on platforms of high one.
We're on Insights. Yeah.
And we started off, and then we were complaining about this internal IP thing, and they said, well, that's in the next level, and we complained harder, and they gave it to us current price. Yeah, as I'm saying, it's kind of negotiable.
Yeah, we got the Insights for essentially free, which gives you the internal address information, gives you the Active Directory integration if you want to do that.
Have you simulated a network outage, like a WAN disconnect, or maybe the inability to get to OpenDNS for some reason? Do you have a fallback?
Yeah.
If they're not available?
we simulated it in production. Yeah, we had the internal DNS fail. We had a keep line, and it was due to, we think, some firewall issues that we had on us. So we fell back by just the DHCP.
Yeah, so we did have the internal servers have issues. We were trying to track down whatever it was, if it was a network issue, bandwidth issue. Essentially, the failback is as long as you still have connectivity to your clients, you can just go into DHCP and say, point me back to my old DNS servers, and boom, everybody's back. So there is a period of time there, but it was we did have a couple incidents around that, and we were thinking it was interesting, to figure out what the issue was, if it was an ISP denying us. So we had to bring in the network team to do some analysis to see if we're getting packet drops. Every time that we had some of these issues, we were at the top of our bandwidth threshold, so we think we were running out of bandwidth.
Yeah, we knew our firewall was issue by about 100% at that time. So that was pretty suspect.
Yeah, so we have a new firewall now and things like that, and we haven't had any downtime since we changed out that equipment. But
how long?
We've had that equipment?
No, how long have you been?
Down to almost a whole term. Cisco,
it's 55X100 series. It's the new 5520s or whatever there.
Understanding.
Yeah.
So
we're out of time.
Good talk. Thank you.
They do, by the way, have IPv6 DNS
Currently not filtering us. Yeah, you'll take blocks, but they said it's not.
Okay, Dave's going to lead us through lightning talks.
Okay. No, our IRT just actually, but tell them it's good. Okay. Our advanced skill is just fine. That's where we go.
Do we have an emergency?
Well, no. Okay. We sure want to start or done? All right. I like to here's who I have so far for the RT. I have Anika, who's already gone, Kelly, Marlon, Michelle, Todd, Trevor, and Tristan. And Carl, and Alex.
Oh, wait, don't we have to stop PowerPoint and start it up again or something like that on this one? I've got mine's in that same folder.
Sure. Google Drive is easier.
Did you share that whole folder with that?
I shared the whole folder, but I don't think that your two presentations from there. So it should be.
Actually, let me get to the local copy.
What's that?
Let me get to the local copy here. Because I copied it all over.
So we're going to hold you 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Everybody's being left.
All right.
So which one
I'll
is
do
it?
my best. It's called
We can take longer.
a new hobby. Let's see in there.
If it's not there, well. Do you see it here? All right, let's share it.
Sure, put it in there.
So then, what's that?
That's tall. So.
All right.
Let's see, it's in there.
Let's see.
Wait, is it like, no, it's Michelle. Michelle's is there.
Let's see it.
Mine's not there. Let somebody else come up and start, because I need to probably share my, I thought it was in that forward talk. So.
Well, anybody want to start? Okay. Yeah, let me get to the local copy. Hold on. So I think you just called it lightning presentation, right?
Michelle Bennett. So my lightning talk's on Ironmans. I don't know how familiar you are with Ironmans, but I got into triathlons a couple years ago, and I really enjoy the sprints. They're just little ones. You go for a nice little half-mile swim, and you go on a 12, 13-mile bike ride, and then just a 3-mile run. It's a 5K. Well, during the process of this, unfortunately, my husband has bigger plans than I do sometimes, and he decided that we wanted to do an Ironman. Luckily, it was only a half Ironman, and in St. George, they changed it the year we started. So they used to do a full Ironman in St. George, Utah, but they swapped it for the half. Must have been 2 years ago, because that's when I did my first one. So I'm just sharing this with you because it's a gorgeous course, and it's pretty cool as far as the people that you get to see there. It's the U.S. Pro Championship one down in St. George, and so obviously I walk in and I see all these really cut people, and I think, oh, I really shouldn't be here. It's a little intimidating, but this is me. So what a half Ironman is you go and you do a 1.2 mile swim, and then you get to go and do a 56-mile bike ride, and it's actually pretty gorgeous. This is not me. The swim was me, but this is not me. Pardon? And then you get to go through all the country, so you get not only the scenery, you get the country, you also get to go up highways. This is me as well. Don't judge me. And then you get to take a nice 4-mile, very steep hill climb in Snow Canyon. Have you ever been there? Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's really nice, but it's a hard ride. So that's at the end of your 56 miles. Actually, it's about 45. So, and then you get to come back after that, and you get to get off your bike and then turn around and run back up the lovely Red Rock. And it's quite fun. It's a very hard course. I don't know how true this is. They tell me it's one of the hardest courses in the U.S., but I don't know. I haven't done that many, so I can't really compare it. And I did finish 7:25. However, I also ran with people that did the whole thing in what I did for my bike. This is the winner. He's an Olympian. So it's also a race that, where else can you go and run with the Olympians? I don't know. But it's a fun thing that I do, and I enjoy it. When I get done with it, I think I will never, ever do that again. My husband says the same thing, and then about a week later he says, I think we can do better. So we end up signing up one more time. Right now I'm in the stage of not ever doing this again, but we'll see. And that's all I have.
If you want, sure.
So I just barely uploaded it. So
Okay,
is
so
it
it's
in
probably
this?
better to download it, and then we'll go from there. So,
It's only like 3 slides.
okay. Is it in Google?
Yeah.
Whatever format, or is it?
It's in PowerPoint.
PowerPoint. Yeah. So sometimes PowerPoint screws up.
I've noticed that.
Right, so where is it?
It was in that same folder. I think the one we were just in. It just needed to be refreshed, maybe.
I don't see it in there.
I just deleted a couple things out of there. That's interesting. But it wasn't in there. Maybe it's not.
Yeah, let's look in.
That was back in January.
Right.
Huh.
So this
June
is
2014. Yeah, because I just deleted the older two of those.
All right. Now you want to email it?
That one right there.
Just
uploaded that item. Yeah. Oh, there it is.
What's this one?
Yeah. There we go. Okay, so yesterday Kelly talked about the Internet of BYU things. I'd like to just talk about the Internet of a few of my things, at home specifically. So my home infrastructure, we had Google in here this morning talking about a number of people who have multiple ISPs. I'm one of those people. I actually was on Google Fiber. I was one of the early November installs. And then Comcast came through and said, hey, for the same price you're paying for Google Fiber, we'll give you 250 megabit download and 50 megabit upload, and we'll throw in basic cable as well. And so looked into it, asked a few questions, and decided that as long as I could have two ISPs for the same price, I might as well do that. And I wasn't using the bandwidth between 250 and gigabit all that frequently anyway, so I figured it was in my best interest. Turns out this package does include HGTV HD, which my wife spends a lot of time watching, and ESPN HD. So we're pretty set with that. So we have the two ISPs. Right now I just have two of them. I have two different SSIDs in my house. One is my main Comcast SSID and one is Google Fiber. So we tell all our guests they can use the Google Fiber and we use the Comcast. Then my house is it's a 2-year-old house. We made sure that we did gigabit to all the different rooms, and we have all gigabit switches. And then Cisco Meraki was advertising, and so some of our partners had us attend multiple of their events. So my house has multiple Cisco Meraki APs in it. The way I figure, based on their ratings, I have density in my house that I can controller that handles some of my more routine tasks. But do what?
Did you look at open source?
I haven't. Do they have APIs on? Or is that for Irrigation Caddy, or is that a different product? Oh, I'll have to look into that. So the sprinklers are working. I still want to get it better integrated, but I then turned my focus to TV control and reporting, and had the idea. Clearly, I wasn't the first, but started realizing you could probably do a fair amount of TV control over HDMI. So I started looking. I was trying to determine whether I could do it over HDMI or over Ethernet, and found that there's actually pretty established communications protocol over HDMI. You see the consumer electronic. The HDMI protocol has an HDMI control bus where linked together HDMI devices can control one another. They can query information. This is how when you plug your receiver into your TV all of a sudden knows, hey, I have a receiver right here, your Blu-ray player. And so using the remote for one can control the others. So I spent forever taking all the different computers and laptops I have, trying to find out which ones have CEC, and nothing does. I found a Pulse 8 adapter over here that's about $50 that you pass through your HDMI and then plug it into your USB port, and it allows you to do that. Or Raspberry Pis are like one of the 2 video cards that I found on the market. The Raspberry Pi HDMI does have CEC enabled. So for $35, you get a controller, a system on or a full computer on a chip, as well as CEC control. So I now have Raspberry Pis attached to each of my TVs. I've spent the last few weeks playing with this. Some of the things that I've mastered are I can turn the TV. Oh, so with CEC client installed, and I just installed a basic lamp stack. So now I can make web service calls to my controller and turn my TV on and off. I can check the status of the TV. I can change inputs. My particular TV only lets me change between HDMI inputs, so I can't change to analog. I can't change to my antenna. Can't change channels on that, but I can select the HDMI input I want, which is pretty good. It's also interesting when you have it on there listening, you can see a lot of events that happen on the TV. Anytime someone changes an input or a new device connects, it gets really chatty and tells you everything that's going on that whole HDMI bus. So you learn a lot about your TV. This have been, when is my TV on, when is it off? Big, grandiose plans for down the road, but this is the last 24 hours, and I validated this with my wife this morning. It's nice because I can check, and my kids are really only watching about an hour of TV a day in the last 24 hours. That's pretty convenient, but I have it always checking and pulling stats. Interestingly enough, most of the time that I've been able to develop this, usually it's between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. that I work on it, the free time I want if I give up sleep. One day I decided at lunch, I was just on the verge of having a listener script working. So all of this is in a Neo router software VPN. So all of my the web servers I don't run on my house wireless. I only expose it to my Neo router VPN. So wherever I am, I can connect to it and query it, and that adds a little more security. Although Dave Packham will probably tell me Neo router isn't as secure as I think it is. But so I was working on it from my office one day at lunch, and just kind of working on some of my scripts and trying to debug a problem that I'd had the night before where it wasn't picking up some of the status codes, and it kept returning that the TV was on when I knew it should be off because my kids were in school. And so I kept turning the TV off, and it would come back, and I'd run another status check, and it'd tell me it was back on. I was getting pretty frustrated with it, and then ended up running home a couple hours later to check on something at home, and walked in, and my 5-year-old was laying on the couch, and the first thing she said when I walked in the door was, "Dad, the TV's broke and it keeps turning off." So clearly it was working. So where I'm going with that, I have some home theater PCs connected to a couple of my TVs. I really want the ability to, sitting at my office, just hit a button and have a Skype call initiate from my house and call my office, turn on the TV, and I can just talk to people who are sitting in the room as if it were nothing. Just call me, and now all of a sudden I'm talking to you. I don't know if my wife and kids are going to think that invasion in their privacy is all that cool, but that's one of the things I'm working on, and looking at other devices that I can tie into this Internet of My Things, and then start working for a centralized kind of interface into all that, the different devices. And so just something I've been playing around with. And that's it.
So what's the source of your TV content?
So with the Comcast Internet, it's $70, and it includes basic cable, and so I've just been using them. I figured if I'm paying the same, I would pay for Google, but I get ESPN. Just take that, so it just comes across the cable as well.
Oh, so it's probably in there.
What's the name
Yeah, it should be in. Yeah, that's
so
it.
you can buy a full
Download it. Just 'cause
full CEC adapter.
And then from Mark later, there's also some images in there that he wanted to show.
I think the Raspberry
So
Pi
that's it.
is a better option. Yeah, features.
Check out the Para.
The what?
Para. Para.
Okay, I'm glad that Todd went before me because he's a perfect example of my lightning talk.
Well, that's probably what I get.
You'll note that I'm no longer using the BYU motif. This is my own word. I'm speaking for myself. Has nothing. BYU is not being represented here.
It's still blue.
Yeah. Okay. So Some time ago, my wife's alarm clock broke. So I was out shopping for a new one for me after that, because she took mine. And, and I was going to find the coolest alarm clock that you could find on the planet. I wanted it, internet enabled, all this kind of stuff. And I looked and looked and looked. Finally found one for about $400, something like that. I said, so why am I doing this? Let's just use the Westnet motif here. And I just went and pulled out a drawer, took an old obsolete cell phone out, set it up, and it was probably the best alarm clock that I have ever had. It's an old Sprint cell phone that doesn't do anything but sets my alarms, and of course I can put my home control on it. Anything that will run on Android will run on my alarm clock now. Okay, and so this philosophy of finding new uses for things, I think we all share, right? And so I want to talk a little bit about it. First of all, it seems like a new branch of engineering. So I'm thinking, so what am I going to name this this new branch of engineering? How about re-engineering? Well, problem is that's already been tied up in the new business movement. My Camera's re-engineering the corporation. So I couldn't use that name for something like this. So how about post-engineering? I thought about that for a minute, thought a little bit about the states that we all come from, and thought to myself, no, for us that are in Westnet, that sounds like a fancy name for a builder of fence, right? A post-engineer. So I did what all of you do, is I went to Google, and Google is amazing, okay? Here's my Google search. I typed in literally, what word means not originally intended? And the second hit was malapropism. So I thought, okay, how about malapropic engineering? Then I realized that no, I just barely did exactly what that word means. I used it incorrectly in a sentence. So I've stuck with the second hit, or the next hit that I got in Google, and that's hacking. The original traditional meaning of hacking was, quite frankly, very complimentary. It was someone that wanted to know the intimate insides of systems in such a way that they could turn some kind of an object into something that it was not intended for. Okay, and I think this fits pretty well for our Westnet hobbies. In fact, Dave Hackham is the master Westnet hacker. Who else could take an inexpensive toy plane and fly it over the top of Timpanogos Mountain, controlling it from his backyard in American Fork? So I think that's just that's the standard that we all reach toward. Todd's coming in a close second after his last presentation, I can tell. So I thought I'd just quickly show some slides about some of my my weak attempts to find and document instances of hacking in the traditional term now of us positive of Westnet. So I start with this one. Now, obviously, this is contrived. I don't actually use my toaster as a doorstop. But that's the philosophy and thought behind this, is finding new ways of taking objects and making them useful in the ways that the original designers didn't intend. So how about the carabiner? Okay? I don't think there's a device that's been more hacked in this traditional than the carabiner. Hardly anybody uses it for climbing. They use it for almost everything else. So in my own family, one son uses the carabiner as a place to collect keys. The other one uses it as a connector for hooking the leash to the dog. Okay, and so that's in the true spirit of hacking why this is an example. My wife and I just got back from Hawaii, and I found an interesting example there. They have metal doors in this place where we were, so they used the refrigerator magnet as the little as the thing that says do not disturb, right? So we're on island time, do not disturb. You just stick this on the outside of the door instead of hanging it on the doorknob. So here's an example of something that I have done. Oftentimes hacking is taking two objects and putting them together and finding a new meaning for them. So some time ago, my son lives a few blocks, one of my sons lives a few blocks from me, and we wanted to put a point-to-point wireless link up between our houses. And so we used Linksys routers, the WRT54, something like that, the one that can run almost any hacked code. But we had to put them in our attics. and because you had to have them close to the antennas, right? And of course, attics are 100 and something degrees. So I found a fan out of an old Dell desktop, and the nice thing about this fan is it's temperature sensitive. And so, you know, powered by the same power supply and whatever. And this thing, in its day, we're not using it anymore because we needed more speed. And but in its day, this thing worked great. It turned this consumer access to the device into a resilient, robust wireless link. And the only thing in the summer is that fan was running so hard in the summer, you could practically feel the house taking off. But in the winter, it was probably doing like 5 or 6 revolutions per second. You know, it was. So anyway, it worked great. And so.
Blowing the air into the link system or sucking it out?
It was sucking it up, and I should have flipped it over because the other issue was sucking dirty.
If you were to mount it at the top of the roof, it would double as an exhaust.
That's right. I should have done that. But underneath, obviously, I didn't want it to pull dirt into the thing, so there's also some kind of a strange, I think it was a vacuum cleaner filter that was stuck on the bottom of it to filter the air going into the device.
You totally avoided the warranty on that one.
No doubt. Okay, so my last slide here, I think this is the last one, a couple of maybe more. My wife and I decided in Hawaii we're going to try and find the best example of hacking and on the BYU Hawaii campus. And this is what we found. Okay, you obviously know what this is. That's for collecting milk, right? And you know, I just took this picture because that's what attracted me. Is this is one of those milk carton things that the milk deliverers put out, and some enterprising student has hacked this and put it on as a basket on their bicycle. So that's a great example. And my wife is looking at it and says, "Isn't that a waste basket?" Someone else has used something even more enterprising. And then finally, those looked like Walmart plastic bags that they've used over the seats to protect the seat. In the true spirit of hacking, we're teaching this traditional topic at BYU. Okay, so we're all Westnet hackers. Just in conclusion, I take an idea that I heard at Westnet and I reshape it until it solves a problem at BYU or at home. Dave came in 5 or 6 years ago and talked about television recording, and I took it home and adapted it for my needs. Well, Chad Burnham heard what I had done, I think, in the lightning talk, and he adapted it to his needs, right? This is in the true spirit of Westnet hacking. This is a hobby that keeps me interested in each new twist of information technology and in my Westnet association, because I think we're all right-minded. And I would suggest, we've got to click this off, that we have a new theme for lightning talks. As part of our lightning talk activity, try and come in with the best example of hacking. You can talk about Iron Man and everything else, but at the very end, show us your best example, and since the last meeting, of a hacking example in its best Westnet fashion. Thank you.
What about the Miata?
Yeah. So who's am I looking for? Who am I looking for? Which presentation? No, yeah. Who's going up?
Who's Trevor? I don't know. I just wrote it down. Okay, so Todd. Todd already went.
We just did Todd. So you shared it with me? That one. You took the update? Yep.
Oh, Trevor Long. Yeah.
That
one. The other one? He's taking care of it.
in the spirit of lightning talks, I decided to do my lightning talk this morning. And so I thought it was kind of relevant to talk a little bit about what's happening with Utopia. It's kind of a unique network-related topic. And I am not an expert, actually, so I'm going to refer you to more information that you can get better information on it. So let's just take a step back. How many of you would like fluoride to come in your drinking water? How many of you would not like fluoride to come in your drinking water? See, so it would be nice to have a choice, wouldn't it? So should we have to have 2 sets of water pipes coming into your home so you can choose which provider of water you want? And what happens if your water provider has frequent water outages, or the pressure's too low, or dirty water? You want to get rid of that. You don't want to be stuck with just one provider. So Utopia is, if you think of it as internet as a utility, Utopia is the water pipe into your home. It's fiber optic cable. But the cool thing about Utopia is it's an open access network, which means the pipe is there, and which service you choose to put in that pipe is up to you. And they have a variety of service providers currently. So this is a really unique idea. And there's currently 11 or so participating cities in Utah. And for best information, go to their website. However, since Utopia was created, the concept is great, but it seems like the implementation has been lacking. You can tell that because they have not met their goals in rolling out, building the network, getting adoption from users. And they're operating at a loss, and their debt is constantly increasing. So that's a problem. There is a unique opportunity for Utopia. There's an investment firm, I think out of Australia, and I believe it's called Macquarie, is the name of the company. They would like to invest $300 million in building out Utopia so that of those 11 cities that are already participating, there will be fiber drops to every residential and business location. And they will manage it for 30 years. So this is a long-term investment, not a quick in-and-out proposal. And this is like a multi-phase proposal. It hasn't never. The cities have to vote on going forward with this, but I think they've reached milestone 1, and the cities have to vote to go on to milestone 2. I believe there's 4 milestones, but for the most information, go to this website, gofiberutah.org, and you can read about the details. The proposal is that every home there'll be a $20 a month cost per home, and that's basically the cost of getting fiber into your home, amortized over the life of the fiber. So you also get a free net connection, currently proposed at 3 megabits, with the ability to buy premium services. So the cool thing about this idea is that the benefits of this proposal is that they're sharing the risk. Previously, the cities themselves are basically taking on all of the risk of the network. If it fails, the cities just lose all their, So with this proposal, they're sharing the risk with the company. But the cool thing is they're also sharing the benefits. So if the adoption of the premium services is high, Macquarie will make more money, and the cities will make more money, which will enable them to pay off the debt that they've already accumulated by building out the network. So the end goal is that the internet can become a utility for these 11 cities, and it could be a role model for other cities, especially in Utah, and hopefully a lot larger area. So that's all. Any questions?
So it said, your slide said that $20 per home. Is that opt-in still?
No, it's mandatory.
How can you require somebody to pay?
It's city utility.
And if you're going to It's fiber, right? Fiber to the home?
Fiber to the home, yeah.
If you're gonna install fiber to the home, why not give them something way more than 3 megabits?
So the fiber to the home can provide almost unlimited bandwidth, but the way that this is structured is to provide an incentive for people to buy premium services, but also so that the digital divide. I mean, people are going to have a connection in their home. So for people who just need basic connection, they'll be able to access websites using the free connection. If you go to the website, they have a good FAQ explaining the reason on it. In fact, the Milestone 1 proposal had like a 100-page paper with a lot of details on it, and you can get that information. It's all open.
Like Google Fiber's offering 5 megabits per second.
Yeah,
Is that all it is?
for free.
Free.
Yeah. I mean, this takes all the benefits that Google provides and then adds on the additional benefit of competition among the service provider. If you get Google Fiber and Google gets bored or decides that they're not going to provide the service well, you're kind of stuck. With this, you can switch your service provider. And so competition, as we saw in the video earlier this morning, is a good thing for consumers.
Do they have a model for small businesses, or is it just?
So this is for businesses as well. I think the way that they described it is multi-dwellar units will have half price, and businesses will have double price. So businesses can join the network as well.
What's the reaction been?
The reaction has been mixed. I think my best guess is that Utopia is in a bad situation right now. This is, I think, the best way forward, and so I think it's going to be adopted by the cities. But I think there's like 30 more days to find out what's going to happen.
Are they going to do like a ballot referendum or something?
Every city's different, but the cities are requesting input from their constituents. But I think it's finally up to the city board or city mayor to make that decision if they're going forward.
If cities want to participate and half don't, will you proceed with half?
I'm not sure the answer to that question. If some cities, I think if some cities say yes, some cities say no, they'll just go forward in the cities that say yes. That's the way I understand it. Any other questions? Thanks.
All right, Alex, I just need a web browser. My wife homeschools our 4 youngest children, and one of the supplemental things that she found is to assist with getting the kids writing and learning is called post-crossing.
How did you take?
Let's see, can I? All right. Yeah, I'm just looking for the address.
It's already selected. Just start typing.
Nope.
Okay, so you brought it over there. Come on.
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so post-crossing is, we're going from high-tech to low-tech. So post-crossing is a postcard exchange site that my wife and several of my kids have really learned to enjoy. Let me go ahead and log in. So David, just so you know, my username is Lips. I've been doing this since September, and in this time I've sent 58 postcards, and I've received 52. I've got 10 more in transit right now. This is basically what post-crossing is. Send a postcard and receive a postcard back from a random person in the world. So it's a really simple web app. When I signed up, I gave them my mailing address and clicked on yes, I agree to send a card, and they gave me the address of somebody in the world.
This postal address?
Postal address. So for the cost of international postage, which right now is $1.15, I sent it. It traveled for a while, and every card has a code associated with it. So when I sent the card, when this recipient received the card, they typed in the code on that card into the website, and that registered that I'd successfully sent a card. And as soon as I sent a card, then I got put in the hopper to receive a card from some random person somewhere in the world.
In a random language?
Almost. Most post-crossing users are in either Russia or Germany, so most of the cards I've received have come from Russia or Germany. But that's because I clicked on or that I've sent have either gone to Russia or Germany. My kids have done the option where they generally get a different country every time. They don't get a repeat country every month. So here's some example postcards that I've received that I've scanned in. Oh, let me do it from the wall so you can actually see the postcard. Here's my most recent card came from the UK, but I've received cards from Germany, Russia, Spain, Taiwan, Belarus, Belgium, Finland, and so forth. Let me go to the postcards wall where I've got. Yeah.
Physical postcards.
Yeah, physical postcards.
These usually go over both.
Okay, but the mouse is giving me a. There we go. So here's example postcard wall. Here's the one I received from Great Britain most recently. Nice, artistic, lots of luggage. This is one I got from Germany. The translation is, oh, people really mature. And the sign on the poor elk, the poor reindeer says, eat me. Here's one from Kazan in Russia. A harbor at Costa Dorada. Let me go to some of my favorites. I love this guy from Belarus. I've received 2 cards featuring Oleg Shuplyak paintings. He does a lot of optical illusions where he uses negative space to present a painting. And one more, let me go to my favorites. This is not a card we've actually received. This is one we got from the gallery. But Rachel and I both love this postcard, and we both want it. In diesem Bild ist eine kleine Vogel versteckt. Finde ihn. That's in this card, a little bird is hiding. Find it. Some examples of things that I've sent. Yeah, so some example of some of the cards I've sent. Rachel purchased, my wife Rachel purchased a book of cards from the featured Norman Rockwell paintings. No, those have been popular. Others have been like vintage cards that I sent to somebody. Here's one that I sent around Easter time. Just a vintage Easter card from about the turn of the 19th to 20th century. I got some really cheap cards at store.lds.org. Feature some Mormon ads that I sent as postcards. So today I went to the Loveland Living Aquarium Planet and bought some more postcards. If this looks like a fun hobby to anybody like to try, let me know. I'll get happy to get set up. Question?
So the cards just travel without envelopes, correct?
Yeah.
How beat up do the cards come?
Not too bad. I haven't received a beat-up card yet.
Do you get any feedback from the cards you sent?
I do. So when I registered also with my email address, and everybody that receives a card can type in a message to the sender, and I get that private via email. Any other questions? Thanks, Alex.
Alex, then Parker, then me, then Marlon.
Mark Andrews, that's one.
All right, the guy that for some reason was laying on the cement that is up and basically, we thought we were gonna have a 911 situation.
What's going on? Face down. I think you had a seat.
It's warm.
Yes.
All right. So I'm turning 50 this year, and generally on these decadal birthdays, I try to set a goal for myself. And they're generally exercise related, and I found that when I do stay active, I'm in a much better mood. I can eat whatever I want to and not gain weight. It keeps me healthier. I actually noticed that I have high cholesterol. It's a genetic thing. And my cholesterol level stays about the same, but the good cholesterol shoots through the roof when I do exercise. So that's great. I get more energy from it. I sleep better. And probably the best thing is just my mood is elevated. It's kind of weird. I go through these phases of depression and feeling good, and I think I have a conclusion that exercise is what's causing me to stay high. But unfortunately, when I go depressed, then I don't want to exercise, and so it goes down a spiral, and I go down. So this is this goal of staying active, setting a goal to stay active, is my way of trying to stay on the high side of things. So what kind of goal did I set for myself for my 50th? When I turned 30, I ran a marathon, the Big Sur marathon. After that event, I swore I would never run another marathon, but I think I've forgotten about that. So when I turned 50, when I was 40, I didn't do anything because I had kids. I think I was too busy. When I turned 50, I said maybe I'll repeat another marathon because I've forgotten the pain. I said, let's go big. So I'm going to do the Ironman in Boulder. So the full Ironman. So that involves a 2.4-mile swim in Boulder Reservoir, a 112-mile bike ride, and a marathon at the end. So there's links here for the various courses if you're interested. I'm a pretty big biker, so I'm not that concerned about the biking part of it. I run a marathon. I'm a little concerned about the swim. I'm not a strong swimmer, so spending a lot of time in the pool, trying to get comfortable with swimming. Open water scares me a little bit, and swimming with 2,500 other people scares me. So I'm going to start off on the sides and in the back, because my goal is to finish, not to. I do have a wetsuit. I have not swum in the wetsuit yet. Yes, I will be wearing a swimsuit or a wetsuit when I swim. Yes, yes. I tend to get hot, so I bought one, a sleeveless version. So I plan on doing some training swims in there over the summer before the event. It's actually on August 3rd, which is 2 days after my birthday. And at least I'll be familiar with the course and acclimated to the altitude. There's lots of people who are coming from all over the world to compete in Boulder, because Boulder seems to be a mecca for triathletes. My original intention was to do the Ironman in Kona, but that one's so popular, unless you're competitive, it's very difficult to get into. So I registered for the lottery for that and didn't get in. So I'm going to do the Boulder Ironman instead. And since I did it kind of at a late date, I could only do it as a charity event. So I'm doing it as supporting Doctors Without Borders. It's a pretty great organization. And if you're interested, you can support my effort at that URL, donate.chow.us. So, and hopefully I'll survive. That's my goal, and complete the race. So there are time limits. I think it's 2 hours and 20 minutes to finish the swim. I'll probably come slightly under that. And then I think it's 17 hours for the whole event. So hopefully I'll finish.
But your toes get wiser with age, Alex.
So they just come looking for you. If you don't make it 2.4 hours, and they start coming to see what happens.
I think they do track you. So you have a device on you that tracks your progress. And so if you're staying in one spot for too long, they'll come check on you or something. But thanks, Marla. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Have you ever done one?
I've not done I've done sprint triathlons back when I was younger, but nothing at this distance.
So just a note here, I noticed that Alex is now just over halfway on his goal of fundraising for this thing here, and if I understand right, it's tax deductible too.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I encourage you to support it.
What's your goal? The fundraising goal?
$2,500. So, and I'm close. I'm over halfway. So.
Do you have a stripper at the end that takes the Westfield?
No.
I asked that because the guy I just talked to did that. He said, bring her for an Ironman.
There's a big leash on the zipper, so I can unzip it and just kind of peel it off.
Yeah.
I'm not that concerned about doing things that quickly. I'm more concerned about surviving. So.
Some of the courses have AstroTurf when you come out of the water and you can slide in. So you get the top off, you slide in, and they pull off the bottom for you. And then there's people with gobs of sunscreen.
Yeah.
There's water on you. I've seen it a couple of them. It's a very, very nice option to have. Good capillaries.
You could have a Bulldog stripper. You could have an Alex stripper.
Good if you want.
So in January, you'll do an update and show pictures or video or whatever.
I will.
Your triathlon.
I will. And for those interested, my electric car is still same status. I'm still trying to save this money to buy the parts, hoping the battery technology gets better and. All. Yeah. All right. So who's next? Yeah, you can follow me during the race if you want. It's a link. It says that via email. I'm sure I have it. Was it on my work email?
There's the one that you have, it's at HSI.
Okay. So is it this one? Let's see this.
That's why they.
No, that's Mike.
Only 2 kilos.
I'll let you drive from there.
Okay.
No, this is purple.
So this is, see how well this works. So this is me. I've got a couple photos, and we'll just go into it. So my family and I, we love the outdoors, and that's pretty much what we do. So everything outdoors related, you can guarantee that we pretty much do it. So this is in Escalante National Monument. This is Lower Calf Creek. It's a nice hike. Yeah, it's kind of an oasis in the desert, actually. It's my wife and my new son.
When were you there?
What's that? The end of March. Spring break, actually. This is me.
I
paragliding 2 days ago. Up there, yeah. This was my first solo flight, and I went off the north side. I was, I think I showed up, and then like 10 hours later, I was flying. Super fun. Matt does it as well. He's an expert. Let's see.
Have you done this before?
I flew in New Zealand on my honeymoon, and when I did that, I was like, "This is awesome."
Can you just like show up there and say, "Hey, I want to do this"?
You better call the instructor ahead of time.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Parker planned this, and Neil were out here, I was going to fly, so I said, hey, well, actually, my 16-year-old son's taking lessons. And so I said, Parker, sign up with him.
Yeah. So I've done skydiving and bungee jumping and paragliding and this was just awesome when I did it. I'm like, bungee jumping freaked me out because you're like, on the edge and you have to jump, and this is this nice little takeoff, you're like, but then I was like, holy crap, I'm flying. I was like, okay, here we go. So yeah, it was fun. Love mountaineering. That's me on top of Mount Rainier on the right. I do a lot of San Juan peaks, climbing, rock climbing, ice climbing, all that. This is me on in the Utah desert, Indian Creek. I'm actually on one of these towers, on top of one of these towers. This is me mountain biking. And you can tell I've done it once before, that's why my brakes are wet.
There it is. Clean. Nice. Are you
Yes. So that was pretty fun, yeah.
Did your back wheel fall off track?
Yeah, I didn't get my back wheel up on the log, and it kind of stuck off. And for all your makers out there, I'm in volume 12 and 14. I had 2 publications in Make Magazine for solar. So I did a little making as well.
True Westnet hacker.
That's right. And that's it.
Okay, let's see if I can find this here. Oh wait, it's over there. Anyways.
And the games begin. Both fighters in the air.
Okay, so we've decided to dogfight drones, and there's a group called Game of Drones that is actually pulled through, and they do competitions. And this was at Maker Faire 2014 in San Francisco a couple weeks ago. And this is our quadcopter that we're flying. And if you notice, there's a little umbilical coming out the bottom of it, right? In this, since we were indoors and since there were victims all around, so there were some rules. Like you couldn't have projectiles, you couldn't have anything that would fire from your craft, you couldn't have anything that would drop from your craft. So why we can't get a better copy of this? And anyway, so we decided that we have all these huge amperage batteries. You know, if you look at the LiPo batteries that we fly on these things, they're 12 volts or 16 or 18 volts, but they can sustain 20, 40, 60 amps of power. So, you know, 3 times what a wall jack can sustain. And anyways, so we decided we'd take one of these battery packs that was puffing anyways, and we're going to get rid of it. And we hooked it to this wire that goes down on the bottom here. One positive, one negative. And when any other craft would hit it with their carbon fiber propellers, it would make contact and just like do an EMP on their device. Just go. Pfft. It would send 40 volts, 40 amps through their frame and just cook them. Oh yeah. They were sort of freaked out. No one had ever done this before. We just sort of thought up. So we just fly over them and
That one that just dropped right
yeah.
there.
Yeah, it's going to be smoking. Most everybody we fought left the venue smoking.
That's evil.
Yeah. So
So how are they trying to disable you then if they don't have that?
by running into us, most people try to crash into each other and build carbon fiber props and stuff like that. And we were, yeah, well, it's called Game of Drones. You can Google it. AeroQuad was a competitor this year. But we were betting on everyone using carbon fiber because it's conductive, right? So you get those props spinning at 10,000 RPM, and they slash through both positive and negative of the wire, and it goes. Psst. It's pretty good.
And you're damage free.
Yeah. And then the next thing I did this year, in the past little piece, is I hired a couple of kids in the neighborhood to put this stuff in my attic called Armafoil. I don't know if you guys have seen this or heard about it. You buy it in a little roll. It's 500 feet long, 40 inches wide, right? And you throw it up in your attic. You can either put it above the wood, as you put the wood down, or you can tack it up. This is what I did, and it lowered the temperature in my attic easily 20 degrees. And so I put it in my shed as well, and I have one of those little laser temperature gauges, and I temperature the back, the plywood, and it's like 158 degrees, right? Because it's got the black shingles and shakes on it. And then I put the temperature on the inside of this, 80, 89.
It's the aliens from reading your minds.
Yeah, it keeps the aliens from reading your minds. So this Armafoil stuff is really cool. Got a lot of uses. Even comes in bubble insulated versions. But anyways.
What's it done to your Wi-Fi signal?
I keeps it in the house. I don't surf on the roof a lot, so no, nah. So that's what Dave's been up to.
So what's been the benefit of that, other than lowering the temperature?
None. Lowering the temperature of my attic. Yeah. So it saves a lot of energy, and my shed is cool enough year round. And in the winter, it holds in the heat, and it has little holes in it, so it can moisture can vape through it.
So where did you get it?
Amazon. Armafoil. It's like $35, $45 for a 500-foot roll, and you just get a little kid in the neighborhood to go staple it up in your attic. Use that aluminum tape to. Yeah. There's still one up there checking on it.
500-foot roll.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
How many patches did you step through your seat?
No, fortunately none, because they were really light. But we used that aluminum tape that you buy at Home Depot to seal the two pieces together, and then also creates a nice convection for the air that's flowing up.
Were you able to get a rebate on Westar or what?
I will next year. Yep.
I just wondered if it was eligible for the.
Yeah, it is. I believe it is.
So there's probably companies that are doing that for people.
Yep. Alrighty. So battle drones and foil your house.
Did you do additional installation as well, so or did you just do that?
Insulation multi.
Yeah.
I wanted to keep the heat from hitting the insulation, so. And it bounces it completely back out and up to the roof vents.
Takes it out for
All right, cool.
All right, in 15 minutes, they're going to bring your food to you. So make room for, so you tip them food. And there will be dessert and beverages and rollers out there. So that's we can certainly delay.
Can't see. So you shared this with I can't remember, you shared it with my work or?
Work, I think of it.
It's all right.
I have yours. Non-work. Google. Barely surviving in Google, so hey. I didn't really share it, I emailed it to you.
Yeah. All right, let me.
So while Alex is working on this, we're going to multitask. Dave, Jim, Luke. All right, so the next meeting would normally be in January, and it would normally be in Arizona somewhere. Gordon Wishon has agreed to host at Arizona State in January, and I gave him some dates, which we usually try to meet before Martin Luther King Day, which is when school starts for Arizona State, so their rooms are easier to get. And the weeks I gave him were the week, I think, of the 5th and the week of the 12th. And he said the 12th would work better for them. So what he's proposing is the CIO meeting would be Monday, January 12th. And I'm not actually looking at the calendar, so somebody should be. Then the main Westnet meeting would be, and we could choose, it could be Tuesday, all day Wednesday, and we can do a half day Thursday, which is what we used to do with Westnet. Or we can just do all day Tuesday, all day Wednesday. So
January 12th.
January 12th, is that a Monday?
Yeah, it's a Monday. 2015.
Normally, to be honest, we gave them the option of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which would actually be our normal, so that people don't have to travel on a Sunday. But I think, for whatever reason, he said those are better. I think we can negotiate if people would really like to do the 13th, 14th, 15th, and half day the 16th. We could do that. If we just want to do 2 days for Westnet, we can do that.
On Monday.
You prefer to meet on Monday. Travel on Monday.
Well, like CIO's Monday. Then
You prefer to have the CIO on
yeah,
Monday.
Tuesday and Wednesday.
You're okay that you travel on Sunday?
Yeah, okay.
Everybody okay with that? All right, then the Westnet CIO meeting would be Monday the 12th, and then do we want to do Westnet just Tuesday, Wednesday, or do we want to do Westnet Tuesday, Wednesday, half day Thursday?
Maybe we should see what the agenda is. So Thursday is just golf, you said?
Wasn't
Play
it
golf? If we're on a triathlon? They usually actually have the marathon somewhere around there, but if Arizona rock and roll, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
To fly back.
Burlington, this one.
Yeah.
2 full days, Tuesday, Wednesday.
There should be a
Full day
PDF
works well.
also. It's a PDF that I also sent. Okay, so just Tuesday and Wednesday? I mean, Bob suggested we could leave it open, but I think some people start blocking time, so it's good to know. All right.
Those schedules on those 2 days, that works well. Not to keep people here.
Right. Right. It's the keeping people here that's the challenge. All right, then I will tell Gordon that we're on, and I'll announce those dates. They said that they're close to having a new student facility they hope to have this meeting in, and there's a new residence inn. It should be in walking distance of the residence inn and the Mission Palms and whatever else they have done there. So, good. We can skip.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to whip through these fast. Many of you know I'm a Colorado native. I was born in Boulder, and I've lived in Boulder my whole life. My husband is a Colorado native. My husband's the tall guy on the left, Jerry, and he's a climatologist at NCAR. He was born and raised in Brighton. His mother is standing next to him, and she was born and raised in Brighton. The guy in the middle with the sunglasses is a Hoosier from Indiana, so we don't claim him. He's my brother-in-law. And Jerry's sister's on the right, and she was born and raised in Brighton. So we're Colorado natives, so we called this our roots trip, and it's not my roots trip. But interestingly, here we are in Burlington, Colorado, which is about 3 hours east of Denver. Are you driving? Should I be driving? You are?
You are.
Where am I? I don't see the slides on here. I don't. Sorry.
You just got to do this. There we keyboard work. Right here.
All right.
So Marla, is Jerry's dad really tall? Because I'm trying to figure out where the height came from.
His dad was about 6'2". His brother's about 6'3". There's height in his family, although his sister didn't get it. So this is a very quick. So I just hit the arrow. Oh, okay. So in Burlington, there's a historic, one of the few remaining historic carousels. This is actually a carousel that, if you're familiar with Denver at all, there used to be a place called Elitch Gardens, and Mrs. Elitch wanted a carousel that the horses went up and down, so she was selling the original carousel, and Burlington, for some unknown reason, decided to buy it. And there was a lot of controversy that they spent money doing this, but we all agreed this was. Do I have to hit some specific? So this is the old Elitch's carousel, and we all agreed this was the best 25 cents we've spent in a long time. So this is out at the Burlington Fairgrounds. If you're ever out there, it's well worth the time to pop out there. The artwork's beautiful. The animals are beautiful. In 1981, for some reason, they stole about 3 of the animals and took them off to Kansas, but they were able to recover them. Here's the rodeo grounds, which Boulder has moved their fairgrounds so far away that you can't find them. So this is where Jerry's grandmother originally homesteaded. So this is about 20 miles north of Burlington. She lived in a sod house. For those of you who have children, 7 children were raised out here. She eventually went on to have 12, but a number of them were there. And so, interestingly, Jerry's family is German. They were actually Germans from Russia. So a number of Germans actually were recruited to go live in Odessa in Russia and to farm. They were basically labor. They were promised that they would never have to serve in the Russian military. Then they were immediately told they had to be in the Russian military. So most of them moved to the United States. This is where they homesteaded and raised dryland wheat. If you're familiar, dryland wheat is a big crop in eastern Colorado. The idea is that you dig very deep furrows, you collect the moisture as you plant in the winter. It's winter wheat, and so you plant it. It gets the moisture from the winter. It actually comes up very briefly and then germinates. It goes back and hibernates and then comes back up. So right now Colorado is very green because all of the winter wheat is up. It is obviously subject to drought. It's subject to tornadoes. It's subject to hail. It's a rough life. So anyways, they eventually moved into Brighton after a short stint in Nebraska. The sod house obviously is not there anymore. The original cemetery, the Lutheran cemetery, is still out there. This is one of Jerry's great-grandfathers. He died out there, Christoph Wall. So you can see that he died in 1902. This was a baby that obviously didn't make it very long. So the cemetery is still actually maintained out in the middle of nowhere. You can see we are really out in the middle of nowhere. So it's nice that it's still there. The Evangelical Lutheran Church, it was a sod church, so the church is also not there anymore. This is where the church would have been had it been in place. So when you're feeling bad about your life, you can look out here. There was some pretty exciting weather out here. So then we went to Sand Creek Massacre location. We actually stayed at a winery in Stratton, Colorado, which you can imagine what the wine was like. We went out to the Sand Creek Massacre site. We've never been there. I assume most of you are pretty familiar with this. It was a horrible tragedy. It was a blatant attack without warning for the Indians, and they still actually run a race from Sand Creek up to Montana to show respect for this. So this is actually a national historical site, so there are rangers out here in the middle of nowhere. It's a drought condition right now, so it's pretty dry. Normally this would actually be blooming, but this is the actual valley where the massacre occurred. This isn't actually a flowing river. The Sand Creek is actually a set of springs, and so the Indians just knew this was an area they could go and get water. So it was early in the morning when they were attacked. The attack went on for many hours. Most of the Indians were killed. We actually met a really interesting guy who's living on a reservation in Montana. He's one of the few people whose family lived, and he's one of the first American Indians to work there that actually had a tie to Sand Creek. So as you can see, that's a pretty grim area to live as well. So then we went to Bent's Fort, which is another historical area. This has been rebuilt. This was actually burned down when Bent left it and built the new Bent's Fort a little ways away. But this is actually a really nice facility. If you've ever been there, they've rebuilt it. They've done a really nice job of recreating what life would have been here. This was a trading fort, and so people coming across on the Santa Fe Trail would stop. A lot of buffalo pelts, a lot of beaver pelts were traded and sent. So a lot of wide open plains in these areas. And then we ate dinner in Lyman. Now, for those of you aware, the National Weather Service has a facility in Oklahoma, and this is one of the storm chasers, which they'd had a rather slow day. We hadn't had any good storms, but this is one of the storm chaser trail trucks that just happened to be sitting there when we ate dinner at Oscar's. So it was a cultural experience. So if you're ever out in eastern Colorado, you can check out Sand Creek Massacre. Bent's Fort. We were actually going to go to Amache, which is one of the Japanese internment camps, which is us out in the sinking plains of Colorado. Not a good place to get interned, but we ran out of time. So distances are great. As Bob knows, in Wyoming, it's a long way. You guys know in Utah. So anyway, that's my little roots trip.
You want to be?
Yeah. What Alex had was a PDF. It's interesting when you use Google, and so there was this whole thing about the family, and so I just did a Google search on Jerry's grandfather's name, and some other woman had done extensive research on her relatives out in the same area, created this very nice PDF document, had the whole homestead structure planned out, and it was. And Jerry's mother said, "How did you find that?" And I said, I Googled. It's not hard to do. If you're ever interested, there's a couple of really great books. There's a book called High, Wide, and Lonesome by Hal Borland, which he was a Western writer. And he did a great book about his family homesteading on the eastern Colorado plains and just the shock of sort of being dumped out here after having been in Pennsylvania with all these trees and these just gigantic wide open spaces. And he does a really nice job of describing it as a little boy and what it was like to live out there. And he ended up falling in love with it and loving the plains. And I'm actually reading an Ivan Doig book called Whistling Season, which is about living in Montana and the whole dryland wheat farming. So it's an interesting era. It was a huge movement of people, and this trading up on homesteads was interesting because you had this whole list of things you had to do. You had to have building on the land. You had to have actually started growing something, and you had to have a window. And so that was a very expensive and difficult thing for people to do. And so I just actually read a short story about this sort of odd thing where they were sharing the windows. So when the inspector came, you could look like you had a window. And then, you'd save it, store it so it didn't get broken, and then you give it to somebody else to get their homestead cured up. So it was a fascinating period. We're good to go whenever you are, so just...
Okay, yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt you.
Go ahead. So, do you just need people to tell you what they have, or?
I'll just come around with the stuff and ask.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to keep talking, but just interrupt us.
Okay.
All right. So back to the next meeting. So now that we have dates laid out, topics. So the two topics I've noted, the teaching and learning technologies, Eric, you pointed that out, and then Jim said he heard a good presentation from Brocade on complexity, robust yet fragile. And did you just see that at Nanox?
I did. It was the keynote which they had.
Yeah, I think Pete just said that was a good presentation as well. So we can certainly see if we can get that presenter to come in. So any other, I mean, we have our usual sort of, are people still finding it useful to have the national and regional updates? I assume Steve may be there with us. Is that still a good topic to have on there? So what are you doing about? Still good? Liking talks?
No, liking hacks.
I don't know, I'm kind of like to say which I talk to myself for those people that don't have. I just live from other people's and the 5-minute madness, so the kind of standing topics we have on there. So other topics people would like to see on the agenda? All week at one time. And I will tell you, it's so much easier to have the topics in advance because otherwise the silence when I send email is deafening.
So we could obligate some ASU folks. John Rome, who's the godfather of data warehousing and business intelligence and higher ed, he's a very good speaker.
Okay.
And I can obligate him.
Well, we're going to go through a security audit between now and then.
Hang on 1 second, while I'm ready. Okay, go ahead, Jim. Security.
Security, we're going to go through an external security audit. Talk about what the findings are there. And also, we should have something in as part of the SIP trial. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'd be really interested in that, Jim.
I got a couple of hacks that I'm going to talk about too. We got time to decide on that.
Marla, we can do it end of year.
Good.
So the CCIIE should have been awarded by then. See who won, who lost.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So maybe a panel of recent awardees or something?
Yeah. I'll contact everybody to do that.
Okay.
If we're successful on our electric vehicle thing, I'll do a presentation. But only if we're successful.
So that's if you win. You have to win.
Did you apply for that? Yeah.
You guys did? Oh.
Yeah.
Other topics?
Well, I'd like to suggest MPLS on the backbone. We're going to end up having to do that this summer. So I could report on it or ask some other schools to get in.
Anybody else doing that could serve on a panel? MPLS on the backbone.
We are.
So sorry, name.
50.
Okay.
And Dave Pat.
Yep.
And Alex. So if your panel's established, that's important, you know? Because otherwise, panel one.
Kelly, you really lead the panel?
Yep, I'll corral them all.
And, you know, we are doing some things. You may want to check with Scott. Oh. Stuff. Other topics?
Kelly McDonald is managing marketplace. There's a reason you got locked up.
Other topics?
Managing post complexity.
Right, pick up dates.
PCI audits, is anybody enrolled in PCI? Yeah.
There we are.
Let's talk about PCI.
Are you willing to talk about it?
Do you want to do a panel, or do you want? How do you want to do it?
Yeah, some kind of panel sit around. I mean, because everybody's facing on it again.
Right. And there were more regents than ever, right?
Yeah. And they told us we had to nap our whole fucking campus. So.
See, I won't stop until my cat is in scope.
So I will ask Steve Lovaas from LOVAAS. Yeah, be on that panel. PCI.
So who's leading the panel? You're doing that, Dave?
Sure, I can pull that together. Various people.
Who else wants to be on that panel besides CSU?
You guys?
Anybody?
Boise, oh come on, you have to.
What? No, we don't. We had like 18 merchant accounts, so we're just class 4.
How about Wyoming?
We're talking
Do you take credit cards on your
Yes.
Are you PCI compliant? Payment card industry?
So.
Yeah, we are.
That's right.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. So.
What about wireless troubleshooting techniques and tools?
Like a volunteer to be.
So wireless what? What was the topic?
Wireless troubleshooting and techniques and tools.
Yeah, so we might be able to pony somebody up for that too. And Chad, how about, can you get a wireless person?
Possibly.
Or
Possibly.
Okay. Anything else? Comes to mind?
How's that look so far?
Good. We'll probably be okay. All right, I'll send a draft out, take a look at it. Suggestions, changes, welcome. So.
Jim, who's the presenter at that World Update, right?
David Meyer.
It was a book by a fellow named Andrew Goley. From that topic, great.
Verbal good. Resources out there, articles.
All right, so the other topic, you each, is, Alex, we had this on here about, there's an OIN.
Operating unit
Workshop in September, right? And we were just wondering if there's any topics in particular for anybody who would potentially be attending, that you'd like to see on that agenda.
So it's a workshop heavily focused on science DMG kinds of things. I'm going to try and get a growth piece in there.
Yeah, is anybody running Pro? You, I think, is running Pro, just whether you can get Coon or Thomas to.
Also, it's open to, I think, you open it up to all.
Oh, what we're really supposed to be talking about is 15. Right? All right, so agenda topics, welcome. But there was a conversation about if it's easier if we don't have to do registration fees. And the question was if enough people were going to attend from Westnet, broader Westnet versus just Colorado, would Westnet be willing to use Westnet funds to pay for the food? And I think we were somewhere around 2,000, is that 3,000?
No.
Yeah. So is there I'm on it, to be honest, we don't have we'll probably have about one meeting's worth of money left for Westnet.
Did Steve acquiesce on?
Well, he didn't seem to say yes, he laughed. I think if Steve was the permanent CIO, he might say yes. So for those of you who don't know the history, Westnet had some funds. I think CSU from the very original grant had some funds left. And those had supplemented registration fees. And so through time, we had sort of slowly just kept that account running at about $20,000. And sometimes we would pay for speakers to present, but largely just paid for the food. And then, to be honest, we collected enough of registration fees that paid for the food, so the fund was paying flat. And for many, many years, University of Utah agreed to manage that fund. They provided accounting services, and they paid the bills, and they kept track of how much money was in there. And that was largely done because I always thought they had the lowest overhead rate, but apparently they just didn't charge us overhead. So that was really nice of them. And then at some point, somebody said, you know, why are we doing this? And it's a lot of work, and we'd really like to get out of this business. And so we started the search for where to put the money. And so the decision was, for the time being, just to stop charging registration fees, zero out the fund, and then when it was zero, we would hopefully have found a solution for how to deal with this. And so we're probably a meeting or so away from needing to reinstate charging registration fees. So I would think that between the OIM meeting and the next January meeting, we would probably, and I'll have to look at the numbers, we would probably be close to zeroing out the fund. So Darrell has offered to, I think Darrell, you said you have an LLC form?
Yeah, I'm heavily involved with Rotary. They're asking me to be part of the Western districts and before we make it all clear, that's just going to be an LLC. So now it's Citizens and Professional Services LLC that I'm the only member of.
And you have a way to collect registration fees?
How I would probably do it is go out to Square or one of the sites that you have to agree to pay the 2 to 3% loss to them for those credit cards to shake the checks. Westnet would have to decide whether they wanted to own the bank and just wanted to LLC. There's all kinds of ways, but I don't have my own credit card merchant account, but there's all kinds of services used that 2.4 to 3.2%. So as long as we're kind of figure that into whatever we charge as our dues, if we're going to use that, then yeah.
So that seems reasonable to me, unless we were joking. What Dave's talking about is, I think most people are aware Steve Corbo is, Eric Denna just went to University of Maryland as the CIO again. And Steve is currently acting CIO at the University of Utah, and because he's friendly to Westnet, I was joking with him last night about whether they would rescind on their request to remove the accounting and just continue to do it. But I don't know whether that will go. But I'm happy to have Darrell manage it if he's willing to do it. So as I said, I think we're going to have to do the analysis. I think we may make it through one more meeting. It would be next June that we would have to look at charging again. So knowing all that, the question is, are people willing? And I guess a show of hands, do you think who not in Colorado thinks they might go to this workshop in September? Pardon me? So Alex, you want to give a summary of that again?
It's the one that ESNet, it's called Operating Innovative Networks. They've been going around the country, various campuses presenting. Mainly focused on deploying science TMZs, all the infrastructure to support that. It's a workshop, so it's hands-on. I'm going to try to get a row piece in there, try to get a row out there. And leverage on a science TMZ architecture.
What is it?
September 16th and 17th, something like that. 16th.
So if you do a little search on OIN, you'll come up with a website that has the videos for previous meetings.
previous workshops. So we did meetings. They'll be in Boulder.
It's in Boulder at NCAR. It'll be at our Center Green location. There's a couple lot. I think it's just 2 days. But I don't think we can really justify using Westnet funds if it doesn't extend past, I kind of bumped Wyoming into Colorado as part of FRGP Bison. So if it's really FRGP Bison and we're not really broadening out to the rest of Westnet, then I don't think it makes sense to use Westnet funds. So they're easy funds to use.
Is it true that we could probably do one or the other, but not both, not another?
I have to look. I think we can probably do 2. It depends on how expensive the meetings are. This meeting's a little pricier because we are actually paying for the room, which, you know, if we have it in certain locations, we don't have to pay for the room. Interestingly, in Arizona, we do actually, University of Arizona, we pay for the rooms. But Arizona State historically has not charged us for the rooms, and the catering's relatively inexpensive. It's kind of a trade-off. So I'm thinking we probably can squeeze both in within the funds we have. I have the information. I should have looked at it. I apologize. I have to look how much we have left.
Don't you have a CCIE proposal in for workshops for Westnet and RMAC for the next 2 years? And within that, to do almost the same type of workshop?
No, those are geared more towards rural, small schools, not kind of major. I think this is generally geared a little bit more towards the bigger research organizations and bigger schools. I'll tell you, I think it's highly unlikely we will get that CCNIE because I too, in addition to this set of workshops, they just had a workshop here for working with smaller organizations, and that's an NSF-funded workshop proposal. So I think if I was on the panel, I would look at that and say, well, aren't you already doing that? So I'm not terribly hopeful we're going to get it, but it wouldn't really necessarily fund. You might be able to justify it if you could get some smaller schools to attend. And we might be able to use some of those funds, but that's very good. I don't know when the CCNI is supposed to be awarded. Does anybody actually know that? I think University of Wyoming's got one in, CU Boulder's got one in. Who else put a CCNIE in?
August or
August?
no? I mean that's when the announcement.
Pardon? Well, assuming they have to spend this fiscal year's funds, one would assume they're going to have to award by the end of their fiscal year, which is September, but maybe not. I don't know. What I do know is I ran into Kevin Thompson at the I2 meeting, who's the program officer, and he said that they had an unbelievable number, and that they were having a terrible time putting the panels together because they had so many conflicts of interest because there's so many people to put towards it. And then he said, I can't talk to you anymore about this. So, because I said that it would. So,
it does sound like there's not a lot of.
Yeah, so it sounds like maybe Alex and I should look at alternatives. Okay. So do we want to take a small lunch break, or do we want to continue with our activities? Do you want to do our other activities?
Sure.
Oh, Alex, that picture I sent you. That was making some.
So what was that? I heard my name. I wasn't sure.
He was going to put the picture up there. You can proceed.
Okay. So, not on the agenda, but I think important is to recognize the fact that for those of you who are new to Westnet, I hope that you found this interesting. Many of us have been coming to Westnet for quite a while and continue to find value and return, and some of you are in the middle somewhere. But I think that if anybody epitomizes the values of Westnet in terms of their contribution, it's Kelly McDonald. And I think that this could be Kelly's last Westnet on the Fence, celebrating your 40th anniversary at BYU this year. And been here since the beginning. And so I'd like to just take an opportunity to recognize Kelly, and we had a little plaque made up for him, and it says, "In greatest appreciation, presented from the Westnet community with warmest affection to Mr. Kelly McDonald, a founder of Westnet, for sustained, diligent, and always right-minded service to Westnet, and for your extraordinary contribution from the very beginning." So Kelly, thank you very much. Picture behind Kelly.
So does that mean I can't come anymore?
I was going to say this is his last official meeting.
Yeah.
So our other unofficial gift, and the reason this picture is up here, is there were these jokes about who Kelly is. And I thought since Kelly had to endure my false emails, this is Kelly, previously Eschenmoor, who was my college roommate my sophomore year at CU at the University of Colorado. And for Bob, who's always wondering who Bob is, this is Bob Meyer, who happens to be married to Patty Keyburn Meyer, who was my other college roommate at the University of Colorado. And in an awkward email, Kelly has never been a very good cook. She was never a good cook in college, and she's still not a good cook. So she was commenting about how she needs some recipes, and I said, oh, I had some easy recipes my sister had given me. And so off I went, attaching a bunch of my easy recipes to Kelly, and it autofilled to Kelly McDonald. And so Kelly very nicely, in his right-minded fashion, responded and said, "Thank you, Marla, those look really good." And I felt chagrined, and I emailed back and said, "Oh, I am so sorry, that was supposed to go to a different Kelly." And then, in a very nice fashion, Kelly said, "Well, actually, they really do look good." And, you know, we started an unofficial exchange of recipes. And so as a idea to thank Kelly for that, we've started our own little, and all of you should have received an email about sending your favorite recipe to create sort of a commemorative Westnet homemade recipes, which my kind is Kelly Bon Appetit, your friends at Westnet. And there are a few recipes in here with some notes. Certainly, I encourage everyone to, if he hasn't sent their recipes, we do have a couple more that didn't get in this version. But if you have a favorite recipe, please send it. Feel free to put a note to Kelly that we'll include in this, and I'll get them to Kelly, and we'll have our own little Westnet recipe book that at some point we can certainly make available to everyone in a PDF format. But it's been a nice exchange, and it's enhanced my relationship with Kelly on a more personal level, and we've had a lot of fun.
We've had some great recipes. I mean, she's got a killer salmon that is unbelievable.
Yeah. Which I just used. My brother-in-law actually salmon fishes from Alaska, and gave us some fresh salmon, which they interestingly fly around with dry ice and newspapers if you're ever on a plane with them, they've got their salmon with them. But anyways, and Bob's had to endure infinite emails to Bob Meyer because he and I exchanged various things about fantasy books and sci-fi books and travel and other odd things, and going out for various occasions. I will put a merciless plug in why we're all standing there and dressed up is because the guy in the middle is Chris Wheeler, who's a really, really very talented documentary maker and photographer. And he just did a series called Civil War, The Untold Story, which is playing on PBS stations across the country. And it's really a really nice series. He was actually doing movies for national parks for their visitor centers. And because he had so much film footage, they agreed to let him go ahead and do a documentary, and so we were at the premiere in Denver, and so I kept joking about I wanted to have a premiere, and so they did actually have a premiere. So that's where we were. He's a great guy, loves history. He's done actually a great series called How the West Was Lost, which was about the American Indians, and he actually did a really nice documentary on the Korean War. So he is an impressive guy and a talented guy. So I encourage you. It's actually more about what at that time was called the Western front of the Civil War, and it's actually quite interesting if you look at it, in my opinion, because it really, in some senses, what networking has become, but it was the transportation systems, the communication systems, and so many of the rivers were, further west, and once the North took most of those, they really, it was just a matter of time until they kind of strangled the South, and so he felt those hadn't been covered at the same detail that the more famous Gettysburgs and other battles have been covered. So anyways, that's my story, and I do appreciate everything Kelly's done for me. He's a great mentor. He's a great person to learn from. I think Kelly technically is very strong, but he's also got great strength in managing, and as we all know, is managing complexity. But also, to me, he's a very great leader that he's gentle, and he's kind, and he's respectful, and I think certainly I have a lot to learn from that as far as how he treats people and the respect he shows all of us. So, thank you.
I'm wondering, am I the new Ken Klingon? Ken left to use a Boulder like many, many years ago. Yeah, he still comes to Westnet. I would feel very honored to still attend from time to time if that.
We would love to have you come to Westnet, but I would not compare you to Ken. Thank you, Kelly. And thanks to Scott for making sure we all knew what was going on. All right. Do we need a break? Should we take a short break? Yeah, Carl.
Marla, can I propose a round of applause to Matthew and the rest of the catering staff?
Sure. I think this is very new for them, and they've done a great job. So I do appreciate, they've been great working with us, getting this ready, and being very patient in all of our questions and all the things we're working. So we do appreciate all the support and help you've given us. And now you're all geared up and ready for the big Utah Education Network meeting tomorrow. So you'll really get a lot of people. They may not be as nice as we are. Thank you.
To answer your question, though, break.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break and.